the street, and man, was it an education for me. It's like these people, God bless them, they just don't know what in the world they're doing. So around 82, as I got my feet under me, felt confident about wearing a gun and a badge, I asked, could I start training police? So I started training our recruits. We have our own academy. And I got to know the shelter director, pretty good friend. I invited her into the class because I wanted to see my curriculum, to make sure I was doing it all right. So I did an 8-hour course. And after I finished, she was in the back of the classroom. And she came up, and I said, I felt pretty good. I thought, I did a good job, And so I said, her name was Edie. I said, what'd you think, Edie? And she said, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I thought, okay, well, that's a starting point. So can we start there? And then can you kind of help me? Help me. Please, please help me. And I'm advocate trained, folks. I mean, I've had training from some serious police instructors. I graduated from the FBI Academy. I've done all those things. But the best instruction I ever got was from advocacy. Because you're getting stories from victims we never hear in policing. You're seeing the real trauma of victims worrying about not only the police response, but will the police believe me, right? So there's a lot going on here that was not being taught in my police academy. And this is a topic that wasn't taught. I finally got here with this. It took us a while to get there. And I'll tell you some of the moments that really made a big difference. We started our Batterers Intervention program. Batterers Intervention was sort of started in Duluth, Minnesota. It's not the only place, but they were credited with the first intervention program in the country. Ellen Pence, Michael Paymar, both friends of mine. Ellen's passed away a few years ago. Ellen created the power and control wheel, which a lot of you use in your work today. They came to Nashville in 85. We started a battered intervention program. Pretty rare at the time. But what I realized, because I used to sit in the meetings, I did sessions with the facilitators. Now, I'm a police officer, right? Training police officers. And I'm sitting in a batterers intervention program listening to offenders confess to their crimes, basically. Some of them, not all. So I'm listening to them tell the facilitator, I did this, I did that, it was my fault. And this is what you want to get, right? You want accountability, right? So I'm thinking, damn, something's wrong here. And then the facilitator started asking questions like, why didn't they arrest you? And then the manipulation with some of them started to come out. As a patrol officer and a patrol sergeant, I saw it up close, and I'll give you a quick example. I had a patrol district for 5 years in the inner city. Busy, 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 busy. Good officers, 6 months in the academy, 6 months in the field before we give you all your bullets. You can't give bullets to everybody. They're dangerous. So if you can prove yourself after a year, we'll give you your bullets. And we gave our bullets one night, this young officer, right off probation, college degree, educated, smart young man, and I backed him up on a domestic violence call. I got there too late. He had arrested the husband and wife, and he had both of them in the back seat of the same patrol car on a domestic. Yeah, see, and I'm standing there thinking, oh, Lord, because when you make rank and you see something that will get you sued, you get dizzy. Your heart beats irregularly. And I said, what is going on here? He said, Sergeant, I couldn't figure it out, so I thought the best thing to do is just lock everybody up. And then I almost passed out, right? So I unarrested some people. That's not a police procedure that we talk about much. But I recommend if you unarresting people, you take the handcuffs off, and then you give them a back rub, and maybe a foot massage, and maybe a hot cup of coffee. It's like, please don't sue me for false arrest. But here's what I didn't understand this, and I asked him, I said, how did this happen? I'm talking to the officer. I was confused, he said. You asked me to arrest somebody for a crime I did not witness, which is what it is. And I didn't know how to do it. So that told me as a supervisor and an instructor that I had to get back in the classroom and start talking about the realities of these offenders. Now, not every abuser is the same. Not every abuser is a killer. I worked in homicide years later after that. I put a lot of DV killers in prison, right? They're not all the same. There's different circumstances, obviously, but they've got a similar kind of a personality, and it's called staying out of jail. I'm not going to complicate it here. If I'm an offender, I don't want to go to jail, and I'm going to do everything I can to stay out of jail. So what does it take? Does it take resistance? Does it take me walking out of my house with my hand stuck out to shake hands with an officer and say, how you doing, officer? How's your day? And I've seen this has happened to me. It's like you're talking to a damn real estate agent. And you shake hands with a suspect in the driveway, and you say, what's going on tonight, sir? And he says, well, look, it was a little argument, and we settled it all. It's over with now, officer. I see you're married, and you know how these things go, and we worked it out, and it'll be all right. You go ahead and leave, but before you leave, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate what you do. I voted for your sheriff twice. He's a great guy, and I thought about being a deputy myself years ago. See, and for years we'd hear that go, damn, that sounds like a pretty good guy, you know. And finally we started asking him, well, how'd that work out for you? And then we heard, well, my probation officer said I couldn't get on the sheriff's department. So what you got here is somebody constantly trying to manipulate not just the police, the prosecutor, the victim, the family members, anybody that gets in their way of taking away, and this is pretty basic, control. This is when officers are killed. I've lost 4 friends gunned down by DV offenders because those 4 brave men were taking control away from somebody who was controlling their family members. You've lost officers here in this state too, and Wyoming, and Montana. I've trained in all the states in the country. It's the same wherever you go. And I'm talking about not just killed yesterday. First officer we lost killed in the line of duty in Nashville was 1875 by a DV offender. And they just keep killing and keep killing and keep killing because those young officers, those young deputies are going to the houses and stopping somebody from abusing somebody else. They walk into emergency rooms and kill people. It happened in Chicago a couple of years ago. Killed a surgeon in the parking lot, walked in Mercy Hospital, killed a pharmacist in the middle of the day. They walk into churches like Sutherland Springs, Texas, and kill 26 people because the church is trying to help the victim get out of the relationship. There's no sacred ground for some of these offenders, right? And we're talking mostly men, but let me just say this. I'm a 90-10er. I've always believed 90% of the crime in the United States was committed by 10% of the population. In that 10% of the population, we see this kind of offender. And this is the most dangerous call for service, bar none. This is it. It didn't used to be, by the way. Robberies in progress, flying a police aircraft, those are much more dangerous. But today, the numbers are pretty clear. This is the most dangerous call we respond to in policing. It's the most frequent call. So all over the country, as we speak, officers are responding to violence calls in homes nonstop, 24 hours a day. So once we realized in Nashville that we had this weird problem with this kind of a decision, how do we arrest somebody if we can't figure out who did what to who, we had to get back in the classroom. And I'll give you one quick example. One of the things we had to do, we had to broaden the view of our officers. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Domestic violence is not just domestic violence. There's much more to it than this. And a lot of you, look, I know I'm preaching to the choir and I'm in the church, so I guess that's all right. But these crimes are interconnected and they're co-occurring. And when I was a lieutenant in our domestic violence division, I had 20 detectives who worked for me. And we processed 23,000 domestic violence calls every year, 23,000. And one of the benefits, if you want to call it that, of working mass numbers of cases is you start to see trends. you start to see behaviors, you start to see the same offender committing the same crimes with different victims, one victim to the other, one victim to the other, right? And you see things that you might not see with an individual case of what's called domestic violence. So when you've got one, more likely you've got others. So when you see domestic violence, you've also got sex assault. Very often you have strangulation in that. And then stalking, which is the next phase in a violent relationship. You can be stalked while you're in the relationship, by the way. That can happen too. So we realized this was a bigger deal than we thought in the past. And here's what else we realized. These cases are interconnected, co-occurring. A quick example. Salem, Oregon. So the chief in Salem decided to ask all of his patrol officers, every time they went to a domestic violence call, they would ask that victim a question that was not on the official police report. And the question was, have you ever been forced to do something of a sexual nature against your will? So after a year, what do you think the numbers were? 1 to 100. What do you think the numbers were? 50%? No.
I'd say in the 90s.
In the 90s, it was 80%. So, and I asked the chief, I said, what's your purpose? He said, Mark, I wanted my patrol officers to understand how important context is. Context is everything. And the reason that's important to us in policing, because everyday law enforcement is about answering a call where there's not any context, really. It maybe the last hour, because I was getting gas at the station and somebody pulled up with a gun and took my car. I don't know this guy. He robbed me. He didn't shoot me, but he took my car. That's an armed robbery. So I'm going to catch a guy maybe a week later, charge him for robbing me 1 o'clock on Main Street at the service station. That's an incident-based crime. Police do that every single day by necessity. And by the way, the criminal code is incident-based. But now let's talk about this kind of crime. Completely different. If there's context to it, then like the Salem police chief, I want my officers to see that even though she's telling me she got pushed or slapped or threatened with a gun, that it's very likely she was raped a week earlier. That matters for law enforcement. Because if she's used force now, I need to understand why they use force. So if it's just two people that are equally powered and one hitting another, that's something else. We make those arrests. They're not as often, but if I've got someone who struck out in resistance, somebody who was trying to stay alive, the last thing I want to do is lock somebody up for committing self-defense. And that's exactly what we were doing in our police department in Nashville. So once we figured this out, we thought, wait a minute, we've got some work to do. Because our style of investigation is not incident-based anymore, it's course of conduct. So when you're working course of conduct cases, you've got to slow down and you've got to be curious. I've never met an effective law enforcement officer who wasn't curious. You've got to see things and say, wait a minute, what else is here? It's kind of like this. If you are a well-trained officer and you understand the power and control wheel, right? And you knock on the door, police, right? You're knocking on the door late at night, and the door opens up, about 5 or 6 inches, and they got their foot behind the door, and you see a big eyeball looking at you. And you say, sir, can you open the door? What do you want? Well, we got a call. There was a noise here, maybe a domestic. Can I see you? Nobody called. Blam, they slam the door in your face. Now what do? You drive away? No. We used to. But you call your partner if you got backup. That takes 15, 20 minutes. And you're trying to figure out what to do. You knock again, nobody's answering. You call in, nobody's answering. You may get on a PA of your light bar on your squad car with a microphone and say, my partner and I have you surrounded. Or he might pretend you got a canine and you don't. We have dogs out here, sir. Open up the door. And somebody's barking on, look, you try anything, get that door open. But finally the door opens up and you go inside and everybody's okay. Everything's nice. The floor's cleaned up. The trash is collected. This is somebody that's isolating you, the police officer, from the victim until they can fix the crime scene. So you see how this works. Isolate the victim from you, the service providers, isolate the police from the victim. It's a MO, folks. This is not rocket science. Hell, if I can figure it out, anybody can figure it out. So once we got this figured out, we went back to the drawing board in my police department, in a good police department, right? And I started looking at reports from my officers, especially the reports they wrote when they use force. You know, the national standard around the country is if you use force as a police officer, there's a separate report you have to write. And in that report, you have to tell your chief or your sheriff why I shot somebody, why I tasered somebody, why I sprayed somebody, why I hit somebody, right? And what's common to use of force is fear. Fear. I was afraid, therefore I did this. So I got all my officers together. We did some training, and I said, okay. The shelters come to me and complained that we're locking up victims. That was a big deal. And I said, okay, let me take a look at it. And I looked at it, and they were exactly right. We were locking up victims who were just defending themselves. It's like, what is wrong with us? But we weren't training officers on it, see? So I got the class together, and I asked some of the officers, I said, so I'm having a hard time. I'm reading some of your reports, and are you having a hard time articulating self-defense? You know, how do you write that in a report? And some of the officers said, yes, I have trouble articulating. And I heard so much of it, one day I finally said, now, wait a minute. So I've read some of your police reports, and your drug arrest. And when you read a police report on a drug arrest, here's what it might sound like. The suspect pulled into the parking lot late in the evening as the heat rose above the hot asphalt. It's like Tom Clancy's working for the police department, and it's like it's like a 4 or 5 page report. It's really good. You go, damn, this is really good. It's like, I don't want it to end, and finally they made the arrest. I'm thinking, so you are having trouble articulating. No, that's not what the problem is here. You're just not motivated, or you're not trained well enough. That's my fault, right? So I got my officers together, and I said, okay, so let's do this. Let's say you're sitting in your patrol car, and you're at a red light, and you're not on a call, but some guy walks out in the middle of a busy intersection and stands there and starts directing traffic, and they don't work for the county or city. So you got a problem here. So you hit your lights, you call it in, you step out of your patrol car, and you say, hey, man, come here, get out of the road. You're going to get run. Don't do that. You'll get run over. Come talk to me. And he says, okay. And he starts towards you, and he gets about 20 feet away, and his fists come up, and he's walking towards you. Now what do you do, deputy? Let me deputize you for a minute. So now you're a deputy. I'm coming at you. Now what do you do, deputy? Oh, good. That's right. You say stop. No, that's good. That's if you got time, right? Sometimes you don't have time to say that, but you say stop, and he doesn't stop. Now what do you do? Pull your gun out. Oh, that's a big deal there now. You got that shooting iron out now. What are you going to do with it? You going to wave it around or? No, this is what most people, that's what I'm thinking. Damn, I'm getting my gun, right? But there may be something else you might want to try before you shoot them. What would that be? Electricity. Okay, now, Edison's medicine, they call it. Don't write that in a report, by the way. So you pull your taser out. And by the way, you tell somebody, stop, I'm going to tase you. I'm going to tell you. Most people know what this is, right? And he's still coming at you, and you tase him. He goes down, you cuff him, put him in your car, and your sergeant pulls up. Your boss pulls up and says, you okay? You say, yeah, Sarge, I got him in custody. He's in the back seat in handcuffs. And the sergeant says, tell me what happened. And you say, I don't know who he is, but he was coming at me with his fist doubled up. He was directing traffic, and I told him to stop, but he didn't, and I tased him. And the sergeant says, okay, good job, as long as you're okay, where's the weapon? And he said, you say weapon, that he didn't have a weapon. And the sergeant says, wait a minute, you tased an unarmed citizen. You're under arrest. Yeah, now what do you do? And don't say tase the sergeant. That's a lot of paperwork. Yeah, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. But most police officers, when you hear that, you go, "Are you nuts? You're gonna deny me my right to self-defense?" No. If we start doing that, then we're all in big trouble, right? But that's what we were doing to victims of domestic violence. We weren't giving them reasonable. Now, reasonable is something that has to be taught. What is reasonable self-defense, right? And let me add something else to this. Let's say a week before, you pull up on a call. What's that that pizza place, place here? The pizza, is it where they have the buffet?
Pizza Ranch.
Pizza Ranch. So let's say you pull up at the Pizza Ranch a week before the intersection incident, and the lady who runs the register, y'all know the older lady who runs the register, she says, "There's a guy in here causing trouble. You get him out of here." So you go in there, and he's caused all kind of trouble. He turned over the pizzas to the floor, and you're bringing him out of the place in handcuffs now, and you get him to your patrol car, and just before you put in the back seat of the patrol car, he catches your nameplate and says, "Yeah, I know you now. It's a small town. I'll see you again, officer, and you won't like it," right? "Okay, tough guy, have a seat," right? So let's say a week later, that's the guy in the middle of the street directing traffic. How fast would you use force now? You'd be justified in using force faster, and why would you be justified? You got a history with him. He's made a threat towards you. That's reasonable. That makes perfect sense. Now, you don't want to shoot him, obviously. That's not reasonable. But it could get reasonable quick, depending on what he's armed with, right? And you want to see this up close. Talk to any woman who's in prison today for killing an abuser. The states are full of them, folks. Every state we have more women in prison than any other country on the planet in the United States. And a lot of these women in prison are there because they killed an abuser. They weren't criminals before. They weren't criminals while they're in prison. They weren't criminals after, but they did something one night because they feared for their life. Now, this is why this is really critical. This is not just looking at, "Oh, bless his heart, is he okay?" So this is not just about that moment. This is much bigger. Because when it comes to our attention in policing, that means there's a lot of context. Our crisis line in Nashville told us that victims call the crisis line for the first time on average after the 5th assault. So that's on average now. So usually there's a dozen or more incidents. In Canada, and I trained in Canada quite a bit. I was over in Ontario talking to the provisional police. I said, "Have you all looked at your crisis line?" "Oh, Mark, we did that years ago." And I said, "What are your numbers?" 25 events before a woman would call the crisis line in Ontario. 25. So the moment your officers get there, and this is not the fault of the officers, you may not have ever seen these people before. You have no idea who they are. You may walk in and you may hear this, "Please just make him walk around the block and cool off a little bit. I just don't want." And this is what victims want. There's no doubt about it. But this may be the first time they've ever said anything to us about it, the police. And surviving the police response is another whole thing. And I can tell you real quick about this. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I think you need to hear it. We had a woman held hostage one night in Nashville by her husband. So the neighbors called it in, said it had gunned to her head, walking around the front yard. It was just blatant as can be. They barricaded in the house. We got there. We evacuated the neighbors. We set up spotlights. Our negotiators called the line inside the house. She answered and she said, "Get your patrol cars out of my driveway. Leave me alone. I don't need the police. I didn't call you. I don't want you here. Go away." We weren't going anywhere. He's standing right beside her, right? Because when you get to this level, when you have a hostage in a domestic violence situation, the problem is the hostage is the problem. This is somebody who's got a beef with this hostage. And you've got to be smart enough to talk this person down so they don't kill their family members. And that's not an easy thing to do. So we started that process, and eventually he got on the phone, and our negotiators talked him out. Thank the Lord, right? We arrested him. We debriefed her. But let me tell you what she did before that. About an hour into this call, the front door opens, and she comes out, and she's standing on the front porch, and we thought he was coming out behind her. We were ready for it. The door closed. So she's standing by herself on the front porch with her phone in her hand, and we're yelling, "Ma'am, run to our voice. Now you can get away. Run with the police." And she looked at us and turned around and walked right back inside the house again. And we're thinking, what is going on here? So we asked her about it after we arrested him. We said, "Ma'am, look, we're not faulting you in any way. Thank God you're safe. We worried about you. But tell us, can you explain your decision?" She says, "I've been through this before." And I said, "Ma'am, we have never, ever responded to this home before. Never." And she says, "I know." Now, she's a victim. She said, "I know, because I made sure you've never been here before." Now, this is a victim. And we're thinking, wait a minute, we're all confused now. We asked her, "Can you explain that?" She said, and this is her language, "I have learned how to negotiate for my own release." And when you look deep into the use of force, or the lack of use of force, in these interpersonal violence cases, you see a lot of negotiation going on. And so she explained it to us. She said, "Here's what I'd do. I wouldn't call my mother. I wouldn't go to shelter. I wouldn't take the kids. I never would call you. He'd put the gun away. But sometimes it doesn't work. And I submit to him. And he rapes me." Now, we're speechless, right? So she said this then. She said, "You know, officers, my husband's not really my biggest problem." And we thought, "Really? Who's your biggest problem?" She said, "You are." And we just rescued this woman. And she said, "Look, I knew how to survive without you. I didn't know how to survive with you." And this is another part of the equation that we weren't training our officers to understand. What price do you pay when you call 911? You'd like to think, you're hopeful that when you arrive, they run out and say, "Oh my God, the police, I love you, give me a big wet kiss." That's not going to happen. Everything they do in front of the offender could get them hurt or killed, or the children hurt or killed. So you're not seeing a real picture here of the victim. You may see them yell and scream. That may be part of it. There may be a reason for that. You may see them jump on an officer's back when they're arresting the offender. There may be a reason for that. We can't ignore assault on a police officer. But there's a dynamic here that's in play that's really, really important for us to understand. And we didn't. And we finally started looking at it carefully. Sometimes people don't even know what self-defense is when you explain it to them. I mean, look, I don't know if y'all got any hillbillies here. Y'all got any hillbillies? Y'all don't probably call them hillbillies here. Flatlanders or something. I don't know what you call them. But they're country folks. There were two brothers one night fighting. One of them knocked the other one out colder than Julius Caesar. His brothers all sprawled out in the front yard. We got there, and I got there. My officers got there, so I just stood back and let my officers work the call. And we was in patrol, and I'm watching them, and they've called an ambulance for his brother. The brother that hit him still standing there. He's telling them what happened, and all of a sudden, he sees I'm about 20 feet away. He started running towards me, screaming at me, saying, "I kicked his ass, I kicked his ass." And I thought, whoa, slow down. So now I'm involved, right? So here's my evidence. He's yelling, "I kicked his ass." I look over in the front yard, his ass is kicked. Now, that's not what I wrote in the police report. But that was my case, and then I said, "You know what, I'm going to slow this down a little bit." I'm going to say, "Son, what is going on here?" He said, "Officer, he's my older brother. He beats me up all the time." That's a domestic for us. And I told him, "Don't ever come near me again." And this time I didn't take it, and he's starting to cry now. And when he came towards me, I kicked his ass. And I said, "Okay, now wait a minute. That's a different story. You use what force was necessary to defend yourself, son." That's the state of Tennessee. That's what we call self-defense. He says, "I don't know what you call it. I call it kicking his ass." I said, "Okay, all right, okay, that's fine. But legally, that's not in the code book," right? So there was a misunderstanding, because so often if you're a police officer and you ask a victim what happened, "I slapped him." Wait a minute, you slapped him? It sounds like they're the primary, predominant, dominant aggressor. And they may be. But what is the context of the call? And by the way, just to end this, once we realized that all these crimes were interconnected and co-occurring, then everything else started to come into pretty clear view for us, right? This is a mother lode. I do a lot of police chief trainings and sheriff's training. Have been doing it for years. And I often hear them say, well, we just got this issue with domestic violence. I said, wait a minute, slow down. This is not just domestic violence. I mean, it's the way we used to talk about it, but not anymore. This is the mother lode. This is where all your violent crime comes from. Homes filled with domestic violence are the wellspring for tomorrow's crime. All of you all know this if you work with children, right? If you want to see how impactful violence is in the home to children, there's a great YouTube video now called First Impressions. It's on YouTube. You might want to take a look at this if you work with children. It's narrated by Bruce Perry. He's a neurologist and a child psychologist down at Baylor in Waco. He's got a brain science institute, has been studying children for the way their brain develops when they're exposed to violence, not just physical. And I trained 1 million police officers or more, and we used to tell police officers, when you go into the home, you might see something really interesting where little boys about the age of 4 or 5 start to identify with the offender and start to lose respect for women. And we taught that for years. Dr. Perry said, you can stop doing that. It's not 4 or 5 years old, it's 1 year old. It's 12 months old, 13 months old. Because if you think about it, at those years from about 1 to 3, you learn to walk and talk and you socialize and your brain's real spongy. And if you're living in that violence day in and day out, your brain will develop different. Those are the ones who often become the dating violence cases, the homicide cases. So he says it's much younger. Exposure is much, much younger. This is one of the things I wish judges could understand, especially when we're talking about custody issues. Right? Y'all have heard it too. I don't want to exchange my children with him. I'm afraid of him. And the judge said, well, man, why don't you exchange your kids in the lobby of the sheriff's department? If you have to have the sheriff referee a child exchange, why are you giving this person any kind of visitation at all? Sorry. I mean, that's just the way I feel about it. Because you don't have to hit somebody to damage them. That's not, and we've done that for years. Where's the cut? Where's the scratch? Where's the bruise? And we made a mistake here. There's another impact here. I'm going to talk about trauma a little later. But once we got this down,
during any of these episodes.
let me show you an offender. This is a little bit dated, but it's still spot on today. The narrator in this is Michael Paymar. He wrote the book on Batterers and Intervention. He's interviewing a guy named Ty, who's gone through the whole program and now is confessing. So they filmed him, and they asked him certain questions about how you. Did you have your hand up? I'm sorry. Did you?
Domestic violence, the
Wellspring
wellspring.
of tomorrow's crime.
Oh, of tomorrow's crime.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I just want to write it down.
No, because let me just tell you, I was almost a criminal. I grew up for 10 years watching my stepdad brutalize my mother. And just to let you know, I've got a documentary out on this now called This Is Where I Learned Not to Sleep. We've been showing it around the country. And when I was 7, my brother was 12, 2 future cops. We tried to kill him. And it didn't work. You know, some people we just can't kill. But if he died, I'd have been arrested. I wouldn't be here with you. I'd be probably, just finishing lunch in Huntsville, Texas. I'd have grown up to be an offender. This is how this works. I mean, it's not rocket science. You're taught to be a racist. You're taught to be a homophobe. You're taught to be a DV offender. That's not something you're born with. So that's my meaning in the wellspring, because I grew up in that wellspring. But anyway, so Michael, he interviews this guy named Ty, and these are some of the things he said, because Michael's asking questions about how did police deal with you? How'd you react to it? And I think you can hear this. I'll play a couple of these little segments.
Back during any of these episodes?
Yeah, she did. Mm-hmm. And she did fight back, and I really could justify my behavior then. In fact, sometimes after I knew that she would hit me, after I've hit her and she would defend herself, sometimes it was almost like I was waiting for her to do that. Mm-hmm. You know, just waiting for her to throw something at me, waiting for her just to brush up against me. So then I could hit her and then really feel justified. she hit me first.
How many times were the police called to your household? Do you remember?
So you see what's going on here. I'm going to show you a little later in trauma the difference in the brain here. You got a brain that's calculating, calm, and strategizing, where another brain is in panic. Offender brains and victims' brains are completely different. And they're brains, but they're operating differently, right? So he's thinking about, how do I get her to do something so I can do something to her and claim self-defense? This is pretty sophisticated, folks. This is not your average ordinary criminal. When they convince an officer to lock the wrong person up, that's pretty good. I mean, that's not an easy thing to do. So here's another little segment from Ty. His name's Ty.
How many times were the police called to your household? Do you remember?
They were called, I think, like 3 times. I believe it was 3 times.
Did she call every time, or did the kids call?
I'm not real clear about that. I think that neighbors called once. I think that she called once. I'm not exactly sure, but...
And what was the response of the police?
Well, the first time they came, there was stuff broken all over the house. She's totally in a rage. She's yelling, saying, he's an asshole, he's crazy, he's this, he's that. And I was fairly calm. I knew that I was going to go to jail. See, that's that other level again. I knew what I was doing was wrong, but at the same time, I felt justified in what I did. I felt that I had the right to do it. But the police didn't arrest me. I was calm. I didn't show them my anger. In fact, I told them what she had done. That she had called me a sissy, and that she had told me that I wasn't a man, and that she was attacking my fatherhood. That she was out in the bars, talking to other men or whatever. And I'd say, look at her, You think it's me? Look at her. She is the one that's crazy here. Look at her. And of course, she was totally in a rage and totally angry and embarrassed and humiliated. And, I had downgraded her and hurt her and put her in fear. And those emotions were coming out. And
So did she ever...
So I've got an hour of this, and I send it to people on occasion, especially criminal investigators, because they want to see this behavior. So when you're interrogating somebody like this is a different interview. This is not your normal offender we're talking about here, because they're looking for a game. They're gaming you all the time. There's somebody trying to manipulate you, right? So and there are spontaneous moments for people, no doubt about it, but for the most part, this is not situational violence. Situational violence, it's a bar fight. Let's say we go down to the pizza place, and it's somebody's arguing over some football game, somebody slaps somebody, somebody's going to jail. That's not a domestic. So that's situational violence. That's different. You don't live with this person, you've never been around them, you're not sleeping with them, but you hit somebody. That's a crime. But with domestic violence, you have to look deeper and find the context. Context is everything. You have to draw a contextual picture of the crime. That's what's critical in this work. Now, here's a sheriff's department that got in hot water in our state for locking up victims. The newspaper had this big headline, "Deputies arrested victims." Now, these are good people. These aren't bad people. And let me just put this up front. Whenever I'm talking about the way police should or shouldn't do things, there's always this. These people who sometimes make mistakes will nevertheless come to your house and risk their lives for you, and they don't know who you are. And who does that? Think about it. That's a pretty noble profession. Well, firefighters. Firefighters do that too, but they're all crazy. There's something wrong with them because they're running into stuff that's on fire. It's like, what in the hell's the matter with you, man? So, but this is a group of people who will die for you, right? But this AG got in trouble, and the newspaper started reporting on it. So they went to this one deputy and said, "What's going on here?" He says, "You don't understand. You're right there in the middle of 2 of them. They're squared off like gladiators. Neither one of them's going to back down." He says, "I avoid making arrests in domestic violence cases." He just told a newspaper reporter he doesn't arrest criminals. So the reporter went to his boss, the chief deputy, and the chief deputy did what I call classic police executive feces deflection. You got to get good at this if you're the boss. And he said, you know what? I'm unaware of an increase of arrest of women who call 911. But he said he admitted that a woman might be arrested even if she's not committed a crime. Now, these aren't bad people. But what he's saying here is, yes, we'll violate your civil rights. Just call 911. And it's like, wait a minute here. What's going on? And it's old police habits that have taken us forever to get rid of. And we're getting there, but we're not there yet. You should expect, wherever you live, anywhere in this country, to have a competent response from law enforcement who understands the basics. These are not the advanced moments now. This is the basics of understanding domestic violence, sex assault, stalking, child abuse, elder abuse, human trafficking, all the crimes committed in the family. Those old days of saying, hell, I couldn't figure it out, so I locked everybody up, are over with. They're gone. And we shouldn't expect it from our police today. And they know that. They get training. Police get more training than anybody else in the country on this topic, believe me. So here's what we know about the victim. Now, there's just certain things you have to understand. They're not going to be perfect. You often are going to see a delay. Delayed reporting actually validates it. I've had stalking victims. And let me say this about stalking. Stalking is a pathway to murder. And you have to see it that way. And if you don't understand that, look at the homicide numbers. We took all of our murders in Nashville for 10 years, domestic murders. We had 25 to 30 women murdered every single year for 10 years, and we looked at all the murders, and guess what we saw? 80% of the murders, the victim was stalked before the homicide. So this is not rocket science. You know who the victim is. You know who the suspect is. You know where they live and where they work. What are you waiting on? Why would you wait when you know somebody's in danger? We did for years, and we stopped doing that, and we started going after stalkers. And that was one of the ways that we lowered our homicide rate down to about 5 in just a few years. But they experience trauma, they're threatened, they're afraid, they're reluctant, they're powerless. It's kind of like one of the things you'll hear from offenders. By the way, do all of y'all use the power and control wheel in your work? Do you all know what the power and control wheel is? I think Jim showed you one earlier. If you look at that, that's your roadmap, really. And you'll hear men often say this. You can't rape your wife. Have you ever heard that before? Have you ever heard somebody say that before? Okay. Who made that rule up? A little louder. No. You know, thank you for reminding me of that. Absolutely it was. And it was legal everywhere, right? Not anymore. Not anymore. So we used to hear it in policing, and that was a real plus for us because I'm hearing, wait a minute, if you think you can just rape your wife anytime you want to, then now I'm almost there. Because now what I'm seeing here is male privilege. Male privilege. Y'all know what male privilege is, right? So a lot of people think it doesn't exist until it punches you in the face. Then you get it. And I've been punched in the face a lot by male privilege. And so was my mother. And so were almost every single DV victim I ever talked to. Now, all men don't exhibit this. But when you see privilege, it sounds like this. You don't have any say-so whatsoever. That belongs to me. A friend of mine wrote a book about this called Why Do They Kill? David Adams. He went into prison systems in Massachusetts and interviewed 34 domestic violence killers. And he asked them about the homicide. None of them, not a single one of them, showed any sign of remorse. None of them, right? Some of them who killed their children told David, I killed my children because it was righteous slaughter. Righteous slaughter. If I can't have my kids, nobody can have my kids. That's my property. Y'all heard this before? So they killed the kids first before they killed the wife. This was another common indicator in domestic homicide. Now, these people aren't crazy. This was taught to these people, and they believe it. That's mine, that belongs to me, that's nobody else's, that's my property. If I can't have it, nobody else will. Death before divorce. We hear this, and we write it so much in reports now, we don't slow down to look at it unless your agency is doing lethality, danger, and risk assessment. If you're doing lethality assessments, you're looking at a predictive model for future murder. It started off with mental health. They started doing it in the mid-'80s. Now law enforcement's doing it nationwide. And a lot of agencies around the country have what they call high-risk assessment teams. We have one in Nashville. If you look at a case before it turns into a murder. So we've gotten pretty good at this work, right? So here we are looking at the victim. They're powerless. They have no say whatsoever in this. By the way, here's another thing too. A lot of these offenders will say it's consensual. It's really interesting when I hear people say, well, it was consensual, it was consensual. And that's the catchphrase that we're hearing from offenders now. So let me just give you this to think about. If fear is in the room with two people, consent's not there. Believe me, I know. I've been in the room where I feared for my own life. There's no consent here after that. You can't consent to somebody after that. I mean, that's just not possible because you're thinking all the time, they could kill me anytime. You just heard Jim talk about Gabby's experience, right? Strangulation is the best way to teach you, don't give me a problem because I've got your life in my hands. I can kill you anytime I want to. This is what some of these offenders think. Now, that's victim-centered practice is what we've moved to in policing. Let me explain this to you. You'll hear victim-centered, trauma-informed, and victim-centered is not just a police response. It's the community response. We cannot arrest ourselves out of this problem. The police and sheriffs have a golden hour, and they shouldn't squander it. And at that moment, the handoff should be to the next service, to the shelter, to the hospital, to the mental health worker. There's got to be someone else in the community that's going to help this victim get past the next level. Because if we don't offer the services for victims, they're not going to call us because if they're hungry, they're not going to give you a statement as a police officer. Have you been really, really, really hungry? You want somebody to sit down with you and say, over the next hour, I'd like to do a complete interview with you about your problem, and your stomach's growling. How do you do that? And why were you kept from food? And by the way, I'm walking into elder abuse here now. And you'll see this in elder abuse cases. Because if I've got a caretaker who's trying to drain the money out of my mother's bank account, and she's 80, I'm not going to feed you for a while. I might give you some of your medicine, but not all of it. I might let you come with me to Sunday services, but maybe not. We don't need to go see your cardiologist next week, Mom. I need a little more money. This is the other part of this. DV offenders learn the essentials of life for victims, and they start denying you the essentials of life. This is the base of coercive control. And coercive control is about taking away your everyday liberty. Now, we don't talk about liberty much in policing, but this is basically what's going on here. I'm going to take your liberty away. Now, that's evidence. Trauma is evidence. Victims minimizing is evidence. It should be written in the report. Because if you're good enough at this, and most of you are, you could sit in front of any judge and say, this is something we see all the time. Victims minimize when I ask them what's going on because they worry about the consequences of disclosure. And disclosure is a process. Leaving is a process. So we have to understand when a victim's talking to us, they are not telling us the whole story. And by the way, modern methods, co-responder programs all over the country, law enforcement advocates responding together at domestic violence calls. It's coming. It's working, by the way. So we have to look at the victim and everybody else that's there to help them. Who else can help me with this victim? And all of you are in the room now. This is your graft. If there's a graft, you're part of this, right? So the other part of this is that we weren't training our police to understand, which is our fault again, was the connection between the victim and the officer. I'll give you an example. So most policing kind of transactional. Traffic accident, stolen lawnmower, you know, things you fill out a report, get a serial number. You got to do it. It's what you do, right? But this, you know, it's just a normal thing. You do it, you write the report, you may never see this person again. But with these kind of cases, you can't do that transactional policing. And I've seen my own officers do this because they didn't understand how their body impacted the body of the victim. Your body language is being read from the moment you walk into a domestic violence call, because these people, just like law enforcement, have to do that to stay alive. How loud you talk, how fast you talk, how quick you move, where you stand up, whether you sit down, how hard you walk to the house, the way you ask questions, the way you don't let someone answer your questions, you keep asking more questions. This is what the offender does. So you don't realize you're doing it because you get in that habit of doing transactional policing, and all of a sudden you find, I've seen him, one officer one night, I went with him, and I wanted to see how he was going to operate, right? Good officer too. I was backing him up, he went in, there's a woman, she's sitting on the couch waiting on us. Ma'am, we're the police, everything all right? Yeah, well, where's your husband? Well, he ran when I called you. Okay, well, I'm going to move around a little bit. Go ahead and tell me what happened. And I just want to make sure that you're by yourself. He's opening up the doors, right? He's moving around talking to her, and she's looking at him. I'm watching all this happen. He said, I saw the toys in the front yard. Your kids? Oh, your kids at your mother's. Okay, good. All right, so go ahead, ma'am. Tell me your story. And he's standing in front of her. And this guy, he was a really good cop too. But he showed me what I was not teaching him how to do, right? It's my fault. He said, go ahead. He's got his arms crossed. Now, you can tell a police officer from 20 miles away because the arms are crossed. And this is how we sleep. I wake up with my arms crossed. It's a DNA thing, right? So he's got his arms. Now, we don't think much about this unless you look at the view from the victim's point of view. His arms are crossed, and he's looking at his watch. Now, he's thinking, I got to write a report and put a time on it, but she's thinking, he's trying to get me to hurry up now, right? And then he turned his talking volume up a little bit while she's trying to talk to him, just low enough where he could hear it and where it aggravated her. So he got the little quackity quack quack quackity duck quacking. And then I knew he was going to do this. I swear I don't know how I knew it, but I just knew he was going to do it. He stood there for about 5 minutes, and I'm watching him. He starts stamping his feet. And this is genetic. Every cop in the country's got bad feet. So what he does to deal with his feet, he starts rocking back and forth. Does that police rock? Have you ever seen this before? So he's rocking back and forth. Yeah, and so now what do you think's being sent? What's the body language of this person now? What do you think's going on here? What do you think she's thinking? The interview's over, right? Done. We're done. Because what I'm about to tell you could get me killed. This is the other part. Again, how much police can you afford today? This is the other part of this. So a high-quality connection is understanding your body on another body. It's, by the way, Austin, Texas police and the University of Texas years ago interviewed child victims of domestic violence. And they said, what do you want the police to do when they come to your house? I'm not talking about forensic interviews. These children said, please tell the police officers, I'm hiding, I'm under the bed, I'm in the closet, I'm under the covers. So don't just rip the covers off of me, but count to 5 and I'll come out. Now, a 50-year-old's not going to say that. A 5-year-old would say that. Several of these kids said, I don't know why you're here. Would you please tell me why you're here? And some of them said, don't interview me in front of my parents. But a bunch of them said something similar to this. They said, please tell the police officers to bend over when they talk to me, but don't get too close because their heads are so big, a big old police head. So you have to think about how big police look. It's like a big old gigantic thing, you know. So we have to think about our body and how it affects people. So a high-quality connection might be, ma'am, do you mind talking to me tonight? If you're afraid to talk to me here, that's fine. As a matter of fact, do you mind if I sit down for a minute? Can I pull a chair up and sit down? And it sounds like you're just being polite, but there's something else going on here too. If you're a male officer especially, because now you got a male in a uniform of all things, which is a big deal, asking permission of someone to do something. When somebody never asks your permission for anything, that's a big deal. You've just give a little bit of power back to another human just in a moment. The interview starts to change after that because they see that you understand how you've impacted them. I worked in the black community most of my career, and I'm not black. So I didn't understand the white body on a black body until I started working in the black community. And I learned pretty quick because there's a thing in the black community, and it could be true in a lot of diverse populations, could be gay, lesbian, undocumented immigrant woman, whatever you want to pick, another diverse population. There was a trauma in that community that I had nothing to do with, but it was there. And here's how you'll hear it. So you want me to help you. You locked up my father. You locked up my grandfather. You own my great-grandfather. So you want me to trust the white police. That's community trauma. And that's something that we don't talk much about. Now, that's not that officer's fault, but it's a reality of this community. So we have to understand the populations that we police. Why aren't they calling? Friends of mine in Northern California had a bunch of murders in the refugee families, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos. Couldn't figure out why they weren't ever calling. So they went out and started talking to these communities, and they said, why aren't you calling us? And they said, we're from Vietnam. We're refugees. You don't understand. In Vietnam, you never call the police call you. So there's a misunderstanding about what the police do, right? So that means you have to go out in those communities and talk to them. So high quality connection is honoring that and understanding that as well, and you'll get a lot further down the road with the victim if you do. Now, the offenders very often plan their crimes, as I said. They make sure there's no witnesses. They're strategic, calculating, very testing. And by the way, violence escalates over time. Offenders know exactly how much violence to use. They know, because again, they're trying to stay out of trouble. So there's a lot of threats going on, a lot of coercion. And prepare yourself, folks. It's coming like a train, too, by the way. The British police, the Irish police, the Scottish police have now just changed the way they police. The laws in England allow police to arrest you for coercive control. Coercive control. There's a lot to coercive control. Vermont, Washington, Oregon are changing their civil statutes, allowing victims to get protective orders to stop coercive control. We just did a training course in Washington showing police how to determine coercive control for violating a protective order. It's coming. Coercive control is all the other stuff around domestic violence that we have never recorded really correctly, but it's coming, right? So, is it reasonable? And like I said, it has to be reasonable. A weapon is okay as long as it's reasonable. So we have to calculate that in. What's the history? What's the context? What's the resistance to it? So this is a good example of reasonable force. So check my time here. Now, I want to make sure I got what time. How much time do I have? Sorry about that. I start gabbing and I lose track of time. So I want to give you a break. So one more time.
It's 1:38, so we had you till 1:30.
How much more time have I got, though? 0. I've got no time left. See, I told you, I would start yakking, and I'd completely lose track of time. Well, let me wrap it up. This is a good way to do it. West Tennessee, over up near Dyer County, really good sheriff's department. So I'm there doing a training with the deputies. Sheriff comes in with these pictures. He said, I want to show you something. I said, what is it? He said, we made an arrest on this domestic violence call. And I said, well, tell me about it. He said, it was a bad arrest. I thought, what? A bad arrest, he said. I said, well, what are you talking about? He said, deputy got a call, went to the scene. Before he got there, this woman slapped him. And so he grabbed her, he strangled her, drug her across the floor, kicked her. A cousin stopped the fight. The cousin left. The deputy arrived. Single deputy response, which happens a lot. He separated them. He asked the male, he said, what happened? I didn't do anything, he said. He asked the woman, what'd she do? She said, I slapped him. He arrested her. Put her in a holding cell. 10 hours later, the mom's coming to get her out of jail. And this is what they see. Can you all see it in this picture? Do you see the problem here? You know what this is right here, right? Now, to the credit to the deputy, this wasn't visible when he made the arrest. It developed over 10 hours. So that's what? What is that right there? Your thumb is your strongest appendage on your hand. And when you dig into someone's throat, you'll sometimes see that if you see anything. And by the way, it takes 33 foot-pounds of pressure to collapse your airway, your trachea. Your trachea is the rings in your airway, and 33 foot-pounds of pressure. There's over 100 foot-pounds of pressure in a single grip for an average adult. So you're 3 times the amount of pressure to kill somebody, right? So this is there. Now there's more. So all of her body, now she's been in a holding cell for 10 hours. So the mom's now asking the jailer, what the hell? So they call the sheriff. The sheriff comes in to the jail and looking at these photographs and doesn't know what about the, so he calls the deputy and says, what happened? And the deputy said, Sheriff, I asked her what happened. She said she hit him. And under our law, we have to arrest her. And that's not what the law says. And the sheriff said, wait a minute. First of all, let's call the prosecutor. They dropped the charges. They got her to the hospital. And when they did, they realized she had some broken ribs and her hyoid bone behind your tongue at the base of your top of your airway, there's a bone like a chicken bone. And your tongue kind of sits on the top of it, and it opens your airway. He strangled her so hard, he cracked it. And the bone had rolled over on top of one another. And she was wheezing really hard for 10 hours in the holding cell. Now, they've since had training on this, right? But they dropped the charges on her, and they charged him with aggravated assault. And I asked the sheriff, I said, give me your feedback, boss. What'd you get out of this? He said, I had really no idea that my officers were struggling with arrest decisions. And it's my fault, he said. I'm their boss. I have to make sure they understand when they make a decision, it's in good faith. Good faith means you've exhausted everything you can before you make an arrest or not make an arrest. He said that didn't happen in this case. So this is not unique. This happens nationwide. It may not be a problem for you here. If it's not, I'm happy to hear it. But very often we see this problem where women are arrested, which means they don't ever call the police again. And it makes it more dangerous for the police, and it makes it more dangerous for the community. That's why we have to take special attention and train our officers on understanding primary, dominant, predominant aggressor. Okay, we're done. So, I'm sorry, I went over 10 minutes? Break. Okay, I'll step out of the way. Where's Adam? I think Adam's up next. By the way, did that make any sense to you? Okay, good. All right. All right. Thank you. Sorry, Adam. I hope I didn't go into it. Take some of my time on the bottom end of it. If you need. Oh, here you go. All right, brother. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, thank you. And we'll have our question and answer time later, so that will be good. So instead of taking a 10-minute break, if you folks would need to take a break, feel free and go ahead. But to keep on time, we're going to get Adam Martin up here. So I now have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Adam Martin. So Adam is the CEO and founder of F5 Project, a nonprofit that aims to eliminate overdose, crime, suicide through empowering recovery, reducing recidivism, I never get that word out the first time, and fighting poverty. So Adam is not your typical entrepreneur and often has had the odds stacked against him. After receiving 5 felonies, he thought there must be much more to life than this. Often described as ambitious, he has always had a desire to serve those who often get overlooked. He made the decision to become a resource for individuals coming out of jail by providing personalized support to individuals to deter repeated offenses. So we are going to welcome Adam up. He is going to talk about his life, his journey, experiencing intergenerational trauma, and I'm just so excited to hear this story. So, Mr. Adam Martin, please.
You guys hear me? Is this good? Okay. So, full transparency, I know that this is a sacred space. I felt a little uncomfortable after being here, after hearing the first couple speakers. You know, in my bio, you heard I had 5 felonies. Some of those were violent, and I have been an abuser in the past. I was a raging alcoholic, drug addict. Spent a lot of time in juvenile detention and boot camps, jails, treatment centers, detoxes, the streets, homeless shelters. And so I don't, first I just want to say I want to honor this space. This isn't a typical conference that I speak at. I typically speak at justice reform conferences, reentry conferences. I've been an advocate for bail reform, for mugshot reform, for, you know, probably a lot of things that you guys would probably be like not advocating for. In some of those scenarios too, my mind has changed because I've had great conversations with advocates. I am no longer against mugshots, mainly because I've seen some great things come when mugshots get posted, like other victims coming out. And the reason that my mind changed on it, or the reason that I had it before, is because my experience was having mugshots and the collateral consequences that have happened later in the future because of it. Rarely did I ever get to see a perspective of what they actually do for victims, right? And I also want to just say that I'm not going to use this space to reframe that I'm also a victim, right? I don't think that that's my responsibility here today. My only responsibility here today is just to tell my story. And, you know, since Naomi asked me to come speak at this conference, it's been, I think he asked me about a month ago, maybe a couple months ago. And my first thought was probably not appropriate. And then I felt, after I spent some time thinking about it, I realized that you wouldn't ask unless you wanted me to be here, right? And maybe I do have something to share that might be helpful. And so I would just ask that you know, as I talk through my story, right, I'm new to this scene, and I would just ask that, you know, if there's something you need to correct me on, please pull me aside and say, we don't talk like that, we don't say things like that, you know, this is very new to me. I've had those conversations with people who come to our conferences as well, right, on how the first-person centered language on, you know, what we call offenders or what we call, you know, residents of prison or inmate, you know, or whatever. So I'm very open to it. I'm very open to criticism, and I just want to do my best today. That's it. So I just want to try. If it's a complete bomb, I will walk away gracefully, and you guys can post on social media that this was horrible, right? It's already happening, you know, I'm very controversial when I speak at conferences, and when it started getting posted that I was speaking at this conference, I'm very aware that because of the life that I lived, there are victims. And I have built an organization off the foundation of the good works that we've done since I've gotten sober, but I have not, the pain that I caused is nowhere near the guilt that I will ever feel, okay? And there are people in my past that I will never be forgiven, and I'm very aware of that. And you know, in some scenarios, it would probably be good that when I was asked to speak at this conference, that I, out of good faith for being aware of the victims of my past, that I would not show up here today. right? That I would step down and just not cause any triggering, kind of feelings or whatever. But at the same time, I know that there's probably people in your lives that need help. And I'm not saying that I'm the solution to all their problems, but I'm saying that some of us have kids that are drug addicts or alcoholics or in and out of prison, right? And they're toxic, and sometimes pointing them in the right direction, right, and getting out of the way, and letting me and my team be helpful is sometimes the answer, right? And so if you have people in your lives that you are still connected to that are justice impacted or formerly incarcerated, struggle with addiction, have dealt with tons of trauma, have been offenders or abusers or whatever, you're more than welcome to send them our way. And I think that my role in the community is, Mark and I were talking about it at lunch. I get asked a lot, like, what do I do for victims? And, this conference has been very eye-opening for me because I never have really sat in the seat of something like this before. And my answer in the past has been, my role for victims is working in the rehabilitation of offenders so that they don't create more victims or they don't create more crimes, right? And that was like my go-to answer. And I believe it with my whole heart. I do believe in second chances. I believe in change. I believe in grace. I believe in forgiveness. I believe in all that stuff. But we've never actually done anything directly for victims unless the offenders we're working with have also been victimized. After sitting through today, I think that there are some things that we should be doing in our community. And I, the uncomfortability that I felt here today was, I think, as being an abuser in the past and being a complete terror to my exes and to my families and, the people that before I got sober, I think that even watching today, I still have some traits from my past, right? In the way that I communicate, in the way that I sometimes I justify it as I'm a CEO, I have to be dominant, right? But the more I was watching today, the more I realized that that's just a trait from my past, right? And I think it's really easy for me to justify it because it's also, those traits have served me well, right? It has given me privilege. And it is, and I think there's people I've partnered with or people who have worked for me or people that in any kind, like I think maybe there's been, it's very eye-opening is what I'm saying today, is that I think that there's some things that I may have done or whatever, even in my recovery, that have been very similar to the way that I used to be, but just like breadcrumbs of it, right? And I'm not happy with that, and I've been uncomfortable. And so I'm really appreciative to the speakers of telling their stories today and helping me identify some of those things. So I'll get into my story. So my mom and dad met in treatment. So I was pretty much screwed from the start, right? My dad was there for alcohol. My mom was there for drugs. It was a military treatment center. So I was also, my dad was a tank operator, and my mom was a nurse. And they met, he's from Alabama, and my mom is from Minnesota. He's a Baptist. She's a Catholic, all right? He was an alcoholic, she was an addict, right? They were pretty much polar opposites in everything, right? Tank operator, nurse, And they met in treatment, and my dad is a very charismatic. I didn't really get to see that, but when I went to his funeral and I heard all the stories of all these people, like there was like 100 people at his funeral, and I didn't even think my dad had friends. I thought he was just a prick all the time. And I was like, and so anyways, what I learned of him is he was very charismatic and a raging alcoholic. So he was like, when we were listening to the stories earlier, and those women that were talking about why they didn't leave, right? And that woman shared about how she was just wanted him to go back to the way that he was, how he started off like that. My dad was the same way, right? My dad was so charismatic and so loving and so, hands-on with his family and and just funny and whatever, that it took my mom 15 years to leave him through all the abuse, all the physical abuse, the sexual abuse, the cheating, the lying, the gaslighting, all that. I didn't see it until I was probably 7th grade, is when he started being a lot more open about his drunkenness. And my mom used to say, he'd be passed out drunk, naked on the couch, and my mom would we'd come home in the afternoon, right, after school, my dad drunk, passed out naked on the couch. And my mom would cover our eyes, right, and walk us past him, and I could see out of the corner of my eye, my dad's with a beer bottle hanging and a cigarette butt, naked on the couch, and I'm like, what's wrong with Dad? And she'd be like, he's sick. And then, you know what I mean? She just always covered up for him. And then the next day, he would just be happy-go-lucky, like nothing happened. Or he'd disappear for 3 weeks, and then he would come back and act like nothing happened. And that 3 weeks was terrible for my mom, right? And it was terrible when he was there too, but it wasn't as terrible, right? On trying to take care of the entire family by herself, and all the trips to school and sports and financial burden and all that stuff. And so she just kept letting him come back, and then one day he just left. And then I was 13 years old, and he just left. And I found out that he cheated on my mom with her best friend or something like that. And then my mom found out about it, and then she just finally had enough. And after going to the VA for treatment every single year for 15 years and disappearing and then being drunk and then violent and then, but really the game changer for us is he started getting violent towards the kids. And my mom just didn't. She was done. The day that he hit me was the day that it was over. And she kicked him out, and then he got a bunch of felony warrants for his arrest. He ended up in Budapest. He sent us pictures. He looks just like Freddie Mercury, and he was like a celebrity over in Budapest, pretending to be him, and was teaching English classes. He started a new family. I have a brother named Marcel who's half Hungarian, who lives in Alabama. I don't ever really get to see or talk to, just for funerals and stuff like that. And I remember growing up that I was just bitter towards my dad, that he went out and started a whole new family and just acted like nothing happened. And every once in a while when he'd get drunk, he'd try and call, and it sucked. And my mom was amazing. She is my hero. And she took care of me and my brother, who are my little dads. I was in and out of juvenile detention from 13 until I was, 17, almost 18 years old, and constantly she had to leave work and go to the courtroom for truancy, for fighting, for all that stuff. And my mom would always take time off. It got to the point where it was it turned into an event. That's super toxic if you really think about it, is that the only time that I could spend time with my mom is when I had to go to court, right? And she would have to take time off and then spend the day with me, and she never would see me outside of that. And so, she didn't even know how to react, right? Because it was she got to spend 4 hours with her kid for the first time in a year. And we had to deal with, probation officers and judges. And so it just became it wasn't, I don't think it was my mom didn't want to have accountability. I think she was just so burnt up by the time we got to court that it just became a normal day. We'd go out to eat, we'd hang out, we'd laugh, right? We'd go to court and just act like it wasn't a big deal, and then we'd go home, and then she pretty much wouldn't see me again for 3 weeks, because I'd just come and go as I please and get drunk and get high and whatever. So I hope that wasn't a sign for me to shut up. I'm just kidding. And so I turned 17, met a young lady, and we started, dating and hanging out and stuff. And then we got pregnant, and I had my first kid when I was 18 years old, and dropped out of school, became a CNA, and started working because my mom was the director of nursing, and so I used that, privilege. And she got me a job overnights being a CNA, and then, and I, this is another form of abuse that I took, because I would get drunk and go to work and take care of elderly people, right? 18 years old. Didn't think anything of it, right? I just thought it was like, I would sit and watch Nick at Night with, Bob, right? And then would pass out drunk, and my mom would have to come up there and take care of everybody. And then eventually she had to fire me, and then I moved to Fargo, and then that's where it took off. And I started breaking into cars and getting served at bars and robbing people, and being in this toxic relationship with Nicole, right, who was my first son's mom, and gaslighting and manipulating, and didn't work, and she was taking care of everything, and I would always justify it because she would like nitpick me, or she'd pay attention to another guy, or whatever. It was just very it was not healthy. And she eventually was using drugs. I was using drugs or drinking, and there we go. Just need a little slack. And that was the first relationship that I was abusive in. And we broke up, and then I didn't see my son for, I think the last time I saw him was like 4 years old, until he was, I think he was like 12 or 14 or something like that. And I was drunk that whole time. And then I got sober in 2013. And prior to that getting sober, there was brief tries of getting sober. And every single time that I got sober, I thought, this is the one. This is the one that I'm going to change. I'm going to become a better person. And, the problem with recovery, or not even the problem with the recovery, the problem with alcoholism and the problem with addiction is that a lot of people think that if they just stop using drugs and if they just stop drinking, they'll become a better person, right? The problem is that drugs and alcohol were just a symptom, right? It was a symptom of something that was much bigger going on inside, right? And to be honest with you, until about a year ago, I would have told you I was never traumatized because it was normal, right? I thought everybody went through that stuff. And so, and I remember I would sit up at night, even before I got sober and after I get sober, I've always struggled with sleep. And there's things that keep me up at night, past behaviors, past actions, past decisions, whatever the case may be. And I never once thought, until I started seeing a therapist, right, that there's something more going on than just being an alcoholic, And then when I got into the steps of doing, in Alcoholics Anonymous, there's a 4th step. It's like an inventory. And the first column of this inventory is, resentments, everybody that I'm angry with. And so the first column is you write down the names of everyone you're angry with. And within 30 minutes, I had 42 names, right? And the crazy thing is that they were all people who were connected to me, within the last couple years, that were no longer connected to me. And then, for someone who's like me, who manipulates and constantly justify and rationalizes, it's well, people are seasonal, right? I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen those, memes or, how people are seasonal, but no, Adam's an ass, right? Or he's people they're not in my life, and they still live in Fargo, right? Or Battle Lake or wherever I'm from. They're just, Adam is seasonal. Adam is sick. Adam's got some stuff going on that he needs to handle. And as I was going through this 4th step and I'm writing down all these names, I'm angry at them because they stopped talking to me. I'm angry at them because they don't talk to me anymore. I'm angry at them because they used me and now they don't talk to me anymore. right? And so it's really easy for someone who's an abuser to see themselves as a victim, right? Because it's their fault that I feel this way. If they wouldn't have stopped talking to me, right? And it's really hard for us sometimes to like back up and to look at the big picture. The beautiful thing about, recovery is that I get a sponsor. And like the sponsor is, I'm emotionally attached to everything in my life, right? Highly sensitive, to the point where like if you came in and you're like, hey, Mark, you got a nice shirt on. And I'm sitting right next to him, and then you just kind of look at me and you're like, hey, and then you just walk away. I'd be like, what's wrong with me? Like, what did I do? Right? And it wasn't that you're anti-Adam. You're just pro-Mark, right? You like him. He presents well. You've heard him speak before, And I'm sitting in the back, and I'm just like, nobody here likes me, And I should have wore a different shirt, and whatever whatever. And so my sponsor, who's not emotionally wrapped up in my day-to-day thinking or the people in my life or the things that I'm doing, will say, it's not about you, Adam. Right? And a prime example of that for like sponsorship for me is that that when I make decisions based on self. Right? I'm selfish, I'm self-centered, I'm self-seeking, right? These are all, you could make the argument that it's a trauma response, or you can make the argument that it's because I'm an abuser, you can make the argument in any direction. At the end of the day, I'm selfish, and I want attention, and I want, whatever. And so I go to my sponsor, and I'm like, what would I do in this situation? He's like, I don't know what you'll do in this situation, but when you have a good idea, call me, and run it by me first. And then we'll navigate through this, right? I didn't really start doing that until I was about probably 4 or 5 years sober. And so that the first half of my recovery was just as toxic as it was prior to me before I got sober, right? Because I fell victim to the belief that as long as I don't drink, I'm better. Here's a little secret. As long as I don't drink, I manipulate better. Right? If I'm not drinking and using drugs, I am a lot faster in the things that I do. And you could even make the argument that, have you guys ever, drug dealers don't do their own supply. Right? Why? Why don't they? The drug dealers that I knew didn't do drugs, right? Just like most pharmacists I know don't take medication, right? At least the ones I know. And why don't they do that? Because if they're under the influence of it's just too much risk, right? They'll eat up their whole supply, or they'll start giving it away, or whatever. They just aren't sound mind. It's the same thing for abusers. Right? When they get sober or they get clean or whatever, if they don't have a program of action or program of recovery or program of some form of rehabilitation, they just become a what? A dry drunk. And then a lot of times they're even worse than they were before they got sober. Because then you'll hear loved ones say, I wish he would just go back to drinking. Which is crazy to say because of how bad they were, but at least they had a relief valve, right? There was a little period of that, the first 8 beers when they were drinking, when they were like happy-go-lucky, saying all the right things, want to be, and then eventually they overshot the mark. At least there was that, right? And it's the same for the addict or the alcoholic, right? Like the only time that, I knew that alcohol and drugs were destroying my life. But at the same time, it prevented me from taking my life because there was a little bit of relief in here, And so the sponsorship is for me, was the secret sauce, And then, was it Jim talked earlier that one of the things that he dealt with, after he got into business, is that he spent way too much time, one of the things that I got addicted to after I got sober was business. And I started grinding and started building businesses and starting nonprofits and starting for-profits and and really forgot about my kids. And I forgot about their moms, right? And I've since then built some better relationship with my kids because I have a sponsor that helps me, because of my past, I get a lot of anxiety raising my daughter, right? She's 5 years old. She is the light of my life. I have 3 kids. I have a 26-year-old. I have a boy. I have a 17-year-old boy, or a 16-year-old boy, and then he's going to be 17. And then I have a 5-year-old daughter. My oldest boy saw it all. And I have a lot of regret there. My middle boy didn't see it, but he lived in it. So his mom experienced it still with, me coming home drunk and, being verbally abusive to, taking her credit card and using it to go buy cigarettes and, nothing violent, nothing sexually violent or whatever, but like just mean. And then my youngest daughter, her mom experienced all my defects sober. And so all 3 of them have dealt with something, right? And as much as a couple of them probably hate my guts because of the things that I've done in my past, the one thing that they all did in common is they still let me see my kids. And for me, I think, it's case by case, right? And I'm not saying that all women should do this with guys. I'm just sharing my story. Them letting me still see my kids was the greatest rehabilitation thing that I could go through. Because now they're watching. And now and then me having my daughter was a game changer. For a couple reasons. One, I treat her different than I treat the boys. Very lovey, very hands-on, cuddle, watch whatever she wants to watch, paint my nails, do all the stuff. And then my boys, though, she helped me become a better parent to my boys because I realized how hard I was on them in comparison to her. Never thought about it. It's the same thing when I went through some trauma therapy. I thought I was mad at my dad. But after going through trauma therapy, I was really only mad at my dad for one thing. He left. My mom stayed. I was mad at her for 1,000 things. But I was justified that it was not a big deal because she stayed, right? But trauma's trauma. Right? It's different for everybody. And the stuff I went through with my mom needed therapy too. And so for me, I got sober in 2013. I think my second surrender is where the change happened. My first surrender was I got sober. My second surrender was the beginning of my spiritual walk, right? And I started to see things like today where they're talking about love bombing or, like if I'm talking to a girl and I text her and she doesn't respond for hours, right? I don't have to send another text or 8 or 15, right? In the past, I thought I was just like, something was wrong. She's reading the text and she just needs me to send another text to tell her I'm sorry, right? And then today in the conference about that police officer that called her 30 times before she got to the store, right? I'm sitting back there and I'm just like, that's crazy. And then I start thinking about in my past relationships when I would do that with text messages, right? I was like, well, it wasn't phone calls. Like, my first thought was like, well, it's not phone calls. It was like, well, it might as well have been, right? Might as well have been me knocking on her door, But I needed to be, the one thing that I think for me that I never had is I didn't have people, Jim or Mark or, people who've been in this work in my life, right? These presentations would have been mind-blowing to me 12 years ago when I first got sober. I just didn't even think there was a thing, right? I thought when people have trouble, they just deal with it. Like when my dad was cheating and manipulating and being physical abusive, my mom should have left, right? And then I watched a video today, and I need stuff like this. I crave stuff like this. And it's made me very aware that there's a lot of things from my past that are still in damage and I thought it was better, right? When my second kid's mom stopped talking to me a couple years ago, I don't know why. Just one day she stopped. But after seeing, today's videos, maybe there's something in the way that I communicate. Maybe there's some way in the way that I, the last time that I talked to her, maybe I was cold shoulder when I was talking to her. Or maybe I was just cold. Or maybe she told me something about my son and it wasn't a big deal. Or whatever, right? I just didn't realize, how entrenched this type of behaviors and thinking gets into your soul and your body, and that you still have little remnants of who you used to be. Not only that, but they still are dealing with who you used to be and now having to deal with those remnants. You know what I mean? So this has been a very learning experience for me in the last, the last 8 years or so, when I got in my first relationship in recovery. And then, I lost everything when I was drinking. I was homeless. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a license. I didn't have my kids. I didn't have access to anything, right? And then, that first surrender happened, and some people in AA showed up, and they started helping me, letting me sleep on couches, and I built up a life. And then about 4 years sober, I started building up some businesses, and I got into my first relationship. And the old advice that I got was when you first get sober, stay out of relationships, right? And, some people will be like, wait till you complete a fourth and fifth step and then get into a relationship, right? Because then you can know all your character defects and some of your traits and your behaviors and understand them better. And then that way, when you go into a relationship, you can be aware of that, right? Some people say, wait till you complete the steps, because then you're actually putting stuff into action and you got some practice in it. And then some people will say, buy a plant. And if you can keep the plant alive for 1 year, consider getting into a relationship. And then you have the hard knock ones that are buy a plant. If you keep it alive for a year, and then you go buy a dog. And if you can keep that dog alive for 2 years, then consider a relationship. I was like, listen, I'm 4 years sober. The timeline's good. And I got into it, and it was great for 3 months. And we were together for 7 years. And I was mean and egotistical and dominant and providing and we broke up. And we constantly, through that 8 years or 7 years, kept coming back to each other. And it would just get worse and worse and worse and worse. And I couldn't put my finger on it. I was like, there's something that she's doing that's driving me to do something. It was always what I came back to. And why did I come back to that? Because nobody else was doing it. Right? There was nobody else that was driving me to the point of whatever. And so I'd always blame her. And then we broke up, and if I was adequately living my health a healthy lifestyle, getting into another relationship is not the best idea. Right? I was like, well, it's her fault. So I need somebody else. And then get into that relationship. And then that one breaks up after 2 years for the same reasons. And that breakup happened about a month ago. And so when I say I'm new to this, I mean it. Because you can only go through the same thing over and over and over expecting some different result before you realize how insane you are. Right? The only common denominator in all of my relationships, whether it's personal, friendship, family, loving relationship, my mom, is me. I am at the center of it. Right? And so for this last, really couple months, I've just been evaluating how I treat people. And, you throw the business into it, you throw your spiritual life into it, you throw your loving relationships, and like you get so overwhelmed with like, I'm the problem. And I need help. Because I don't want to be this way. I don't want to sit at my phone and look at it and wonder why she's not texting me, right? I don't want to sit at my phone and get off the phone with my ex because she wants to come and pick up my daughter early on my weekend and me get domineering about it, right? I want to just be like, what can I do to better serve you? What can I do to make this better? Am I doing something wrong that's making you want to come pick up our daughter? Right? Wasn't. She just wanted to spend some time on the weekend with our daughter. But I took it personally. Like there's something wrong, Or if somebody sends me an email at work and says that they don't feel valued at work and they want to raise or they want more responsibilities, it's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? And so when I say I'm selfish and self-centered and stuff like that, I take all this stuff personally. And then those traits come out. And before this last couple months, I didn't realize that those were traits. I thought it was me being a business guy. I thought it was me being a provider. I thought it was whatever. I was very whatever. So, again, I'm not reframing this to say that I'm a victim. I'm reframing this in the sense of saying I'm becoming aware. And I'm starting to understand that we all have some things to work on. And, just because I'm 12 years sober doesn't mean that I don't have stuff to work on. Just because I'm 12 years sober and there's people out there that are probably never going to forgive me, it doesn't mean that I don't continue to work on myself, right? And so in the last couple months for me, I started doubling up the AA meetings that I'm going to. I started calling my sponsor every day, right? This is stuff that I tell new guys to do, right? Go to a meeting every day, 90 and 90, get a sponsor or whatever, and we have a kind of a lingo in AA where we call it getting back to the basics. I think I grew a little big in my head over the last 12 years, and for me, I need to get back. Listen, I went to the clubhouse. The clubhouse is the AA clubhouse in Fargo. I haven't been there in probably 8 years because I go to home group meetings, And I used to go to the clubhouse when I was new to recovery because it was like I didn't know anywhere else to go. Once you go there, it's pretty much people from transitional living centers and the homeless shelter. There's not a lot of people there with time, right, or like sponsors or anything like that. It's just basically all new people. It's just like a breeding ground for probably toxicity, right? And so I convinced myself to go because I'm getting back to the basics. I go upstairs, I'm sitting upstairs, I'm wearing my suit. I just came from a speaking engagement. I'm sitting in the back, and it's a bunch of guys from like Center and the homeless shelter, and I'm sitting back there in my suit, and I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I here? I'm better than this, right? It came back. Like it does. My ego knows no bounds. It will find its way any way it can to survive, right? And so I'm sitting there, I'm like, why am I here? And then they did the sharing, and they're like, all right, we're going to break up into groups on the second floor. So I had to go down this, I'm carrying my coffee, I'm walking down the second floor. I'm like, what am I doing? This is not better than this. Fall down the stairs. Spill the coffee all over myself. And I'm on the landing, and I'm just like, okay, God. I'm supposed to be here. Right? It took me down a notch. And then I got up, and then coffee all over me, and this dude's like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm all right." And he was like, "Man, you like fell down the stairs." I was like, "Yeah, I was there." Like, and so then we went into the room, and it was a bunch of people. They did not go to the rooms they were supposed to. They all counted off. I know exactly where everyone's supposed to go, and nobody came to the room that was supposed to come to the room. Again, this is me being control. I'm like trying to like control this atmosphere, this environment. I'm about to go get all the people that are supposed to be in there, and then I know a girl sitting next to me. She was like, "Did you spill coffee all over yourself?" I'm like, "Yes." And then she started sharing, and then she started crying about how she can't stay sober. And then this guy over here is like, he just hit 2 months sober. But he's struggling with finding a job. And it's pushing him to want to use. And then this guy over here just came from the homeless shelter and it was his first day sober. And then there was me. 12 years sober, starting to become more aware of his character defects and how much of a piece of crap he's been and how he's terrorized everyone and why me, poor me, whatever. And then these three people are sharing about how they have nothing. And I was at a place in my life at that moment where I was like, I've lost everything when I was drinking, and then I lost it all again when I was sober. Yeah, businesses. I got things, right? My daughter used to spend the night, used to be in my house every night. My boys used to be in my house every night. I used to have a loving fiance that was in the same house as me every day. And now they're all gone. And I get them on the weekends with the kids. And got to the point where I was like contemplating my life. Successful, sober, pardoned, have 40 employees, own my own house, have multiple vehicles, and I feel worse at the beginning of my 12 years sober than I did when I was in the end days of my drinking. And the only thing that I can put it towards is that there's something inside me that's not right. And it's the way that I treat people. And how I push them away, or I bring them in, or I dictate. My sponsor says that you have the privilege that you don't ever have to work on anything. If someone pisses you off, you can just move them out of your life. You can just fire them. You can just be gone, He's like, so the work that you need to do is to learn how to continue and be graceful and loving and serving when you don't want to be. And so this is a whole new journey for me. Probably not something that you'd regularly hear from someone 12 years sober that runs a nonprofit helping people and graceful. And, we have this term ugly grace, right? Where it's like inconvenient grace is really what changes people's lives. Answering the phone at 2 o'clock in the morning, giving them a second chance when you don't think they deserve it, right? Showing up and giving rides at the most inconvenient times, right? Really inconvenient for us. We call it the ugly grace, right? When Jesus walked to the cross, or with the cross, it was not a beautiful sight. To us today it is, because he saved mankind. But it was a bloody, wretched mess on the walk. And I think that's what I'm not called to do that, but I think I'm called to work with anybody who reaches out. That was the deal that I made with God when I got sober, was that if you help me stay sober, I will help as many people as possible, no matter who they are. Done that. And I forgot about me in the meantime. And so my new walk is, and the deal with God that I've made, is that as long as you keep me sober, not that he's into deals or anything like that, but I like to negotiate. As long as you keep me sober, I'll work on myself, because I'll be able to help a lot more people if I'm better. I just jumped right into it. I started sponsoring guys and helping guys or whatever, and completely forgot about me in the meantime. Completely destroyed all the people around me in the meantime while I'm helping all these other people. And so, it's been an interesting journey. And so for those who don't know what F5 is, we have care coordinators and peer supports that have lived experience. They've either overcome their addiction or they've overcome some aspect of their mental health, or they've been justice impacted and they've shown some success, and now they're going back and helping people who are coming out of prisons and jails and treatment centers. And so when I said earlier, I think that my way to help victims is to make sure that we don't create more victims and create public safety and help rehabilitate people. I meant it. What I'm going to add to that is that I think that there's a piece that we're missing. It's the, I met Naomi quite a few years ago, and then we started talking about healthy, this is actually where it all started kicking off for me, when I started talking to Naomi about healthy relationships. And I went through the curriculum, and I'm like going through all this curriculum, and I'm like, wait a minute. I think these guys are talking about me. No. And then I go through the next unit, and I'm like, I am like a seething pot, right? When it comes to relationships, like I'm all in, right? And it becomes a seething pot to the point where, like, when it boils over, you don't even know what's in the pot until it dulls out, and then you see what it really is. And it's me in this pot, that, like, it's not very good. And so anyways, it started going down that route as I started going through that curriculum. Because the reason I think it's important for relationships or to have some kind of form of rehabilitation for abusers is that most of the guys and gals in our houses, if they lose a job, not a big deal. They can usually get another job. I know there's some barriers, felony background, stuff like that, but the market is pretty good for them in North Dakota. If they lose their housing, again, there's a lot of barriers to that one, and it's really hard to find some housing, but usually we can navigate it, put them in the transitional housing or something, we can figure it out. In both those scenarios, I don't rarely see them relapse over it. What I do see them relapse over is relationships. I can't tell you how many times that I have conversations with a guy. He's doing very well. He's single. He's doing well. Just got out of prison, about 3 months removed, paying all his bills, he got a car, whatever. And then he starts texting a girl, right? And my sponsor told me, he's like, if it ever comes down to a girl and me on what you should do about a situation, you'll always choose her, right? And every single time I watch a guy get into a relationship, it's the last time I see him until his mugshot's in the news. And so I think that we're on to something when it comes to teaching healthy relationships with people with lived experience. It comes off different, right? The reason that alcoholics work with alcoholics, or like when the first speaker, when he mentioned about how a guy says he's a doctor, he got into angioplastics or something like that. He's like, I'll wait for someone who's licensed. It's the same thing with addicts and alcoholics. They only want to talk to people about that stuff with people they can identify with, right? And so, I have been charged with domestic assault 2 times in the last 20 years, 20 years ago. And when I go into this class and I start talking about how abusive I used to be and how I'm starting to learn that some of those things still have remnants in my life today and I'm still navigating through that, it makes it really easy for those guys to talk about it. It's just a different kind of meeting. And so I think that that's my role now, is that I don't want any clout from this. I don't want to be on a circuit. I don't want to be known as a reformed abuser or anything like that. I just want to help guys. And in doing so, I get help because I've learned more with helping about myself than I ever did just trying to help myself, right? And so I find the things that I really suck at, like relationships, and I go and do the curriculum and I start helping guys with relationships. And in turn, I start getting better at them. Not perfect, right? It's pretty recent. I learned, did some curriculum on how to become a better father. I'm no longer having a lot of anxiety with my daughter. Because I'll sit there and I'll just start thinking about all the things that I could have been. And then I just shut down, and then it's like put her next to the Netflix. And the last 2 months, we've been gone to Thunder Road. We've went to the park. We've bought skates. She wants to hold my hand everywhere we go and stuff, and it's just super awesome, right? And then my boys, I tell them I love them, right? My mom was in the hospital recently, and when I walked in there, she was like, had a bunch of stuff strapped to her. Her hemoglobin was like 4. Yeah, the one nurse, she's like, it's back to 13, 14 now. But it was down to like 4, and she was just really out of energy. They couldn't figure it out, did transfusions, all that stuff. Nothing was changing. And so I was spending time with her at the hospital, and I was like, Mom, this is kind of a quick little role reversal. And she's like, what do you mean? She was like, well, now you're the one who's in trouble. And I was like, but there's no judge here, so we're good. But it is kind of like a jail. And so I gave her a kiss on her forehead, and I was like, I love you. And then as I was walking away, my mom said, your beard is so soft. And I was like, oh, thank you. And then I got out to the car, and I was thinking about it. I don't remember the last time I kissed my mom. I don't remember. I think maybe I was 13, and I'm 43. And it just kind of clicked with me when she said my beard was so soft. Like, what? It's always like this, but she just recognized it then because it was the first time I've kissed her in probably 20 years, you know? And so my daughter gets kisses every time I see her. She gets hugs and whatever. My boys, they don't get anything. And it wasn't until this last year or so that I started to recognize that I treat my boys unfairly. I treat them like they're disgruntled men, you know? And so I've made it a part of my journey with them to call them more often, tell them that I love them, but most importantly, the one thing that I really enjoy is when I walk by them, I run my fingers through their hair. It's just, I loved when my mom and dad did that to me. My mom would lay on the couch, and I'd lay like on her butt, you know, and just like behind her, and then she would just run her finger through my hair, right, like in a little circular motion. And every time she did that, like, I think I took it for granted, but I felt like I was home. And so, anyways, to end this, my beard is soft, and I'm really honored and appreciative that you let me come into this kind of sacred space and talk about who I am and what we do. If you have people in your life that are needing services from F5 Project, we have 8 offices across North Dakota, so, you know, all the way to Williston, down to Grand Forks, up to Minot, over to Fargo, Bismarck, Jamestown. We're launching a new office in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, so now we're getting into Minnesota. If you have someone in your life that you think could use those services, and you feel comfortable enough to express that to them, tell them to hit us up. We have offices in most of those cities, and we'd be willing to help them. If you don't feel comfortable with it, if you want to hit up our office, I have no problem doing interventions and like reaching out to guys and seeing if they want to get connected. Chances are they already know who I am, right? If they've been to jail, if they've been to prison or whatever, they've heard of us. It won't be weird for me to reach out to them. Most of our people will walk into trap houses and pull people out of there and get them sober. Like that's the type of people because they used to be there, right? So, but anyways, I'm really grateful and appreciative. If there was anything I said today that was offensive or wasn't right or in this world or whatever, just please let me know, and I'd be willing to correct that. And that's it. So thank you for your time today. Oh.
Thank you, Adam. I was so excited for him to come and talk, just because two broken people, there's a lot of things that people that are broken can learn and teach to others. So thank you. All right, so we're going to do a break, about 10 minutes, you guys, and go get some snacks. There's probably a new round back there. Before that, though, let's draw for one of our door prizes, Lori. And then we'll take about 10 minutes, and then we'll have Mr. Wynn come back to wrap up our presentations for the day.
Sarah Schmall.
Sarah, come. Thank you.
On an October night in on an October night in Miami.
All right, come on down, grab your seats. Let's get started back. So let me check in with you. How you doing? Okay. Okay. So we're still making sense here. We're still okay. All right. Okay. So I wanted to talk about trauma a little bit, but let me give you a real quick story. Because I'm traveling a lot more here lately. After COVID eased up, we got back on the road, so I'm doing fundraisers. My wife and I started a nonprofit in Nashville 25 years ago called the Mary Parish Center. It's named after my mother. It's a therapeutic transitional housing program for DV and sex assault victims, and they've worked with a little over 10,000 families since they started up. My wife passed away a couple of years ago. I lost her ovarian cancer. But her program's still in place today. And I've done tons of fundraising for them and our YWCA in Nashville. We got a 100-bed shelter in Nashville. And so I regularly get calls from people that say, can you come and help us do fundraising? I said, Lord, yeah, okay, give me a call. So I like, asking people for money for baby food and diapers, frivolous thing. And so I was in Park City, Utah, doing a fundraiser for the shelter in Park City. I trained all over Utah, but I'd never been to Park City. Y'all know Park City? It's like the most richest people on the planet live in Park City. I had no idea. That's where they had the Olympics the last time. So I'm out in the hallway of the event to give a keynote speech at the luncheon, and I'm changing my speech a little bit. So I've got my piece of paper, I'm writing, and an older man walks up to me and says, "Are you the speaker today?" And I said, "Yes, sir. I'm here to support the shelter, to get money for the shelter." And he said, "Well, I'm a local man, and I really support my shelter." And I said, "Well, that's really good. I'm glad you do." His wife walked up. These are older people, older than me. That's old. So his wife walked up, and she introduced herself, and she said, "Well, we both support the program." And their three daughters walked up, and they all three. So I'm standing there waiting to go in, and they asked me, "What are you going to talk about today?" And I gave them an idea of what the speech was going to be about. And they said, "We just love our shelter here in Park City." And I said, this is what really makes me happy, because you get a chance to see people who don't do the work, but they support the shelter. And one of the daughters said, "Yeah, we have a foundation that helps the shelter." And I said, "Even better. That's I'm glad to hear it." And I said, "What's the name of it?" And she said, "It's the Marriott Foundation." And before I could even think, I said, "There's a hotel chain named after that." And Mr. Marriott, the man who started, he said, "Yeah, I know all about it." And I thought, "I'm so sorry. I'm just a hick from Tennessee, so forgive me." So we raised a lot of money that day for that shelter. So I'm out doing a lot of work around the country and have been for years. I've been on the road. I think I've run about 3 million miles so far. And I'm watching a lot of good things happen, with police and partnerships. And I used to, years ago when I first started policing, as I said earlier, we weren't training police. Sex assault, oh my Lord, you're not going to believe this, folks. We were polygraphing rape victims years ago. It was a requirement, yeah. It's like, what? When you say it, it's hard to even think about it. We actually were charging rape victims for the processing of their own rape kits. Yeah, when we first started doing lab testing, it was about $2,000. We send it off, and insurance wasn't paying it, and then the hospital or the lab would send a bill to the victim. Now, then when you couldn't pay it, they sent them to a collection agency. Could you imagine that? Yes, so we've come really a long way on the police side of it as well. So over the last probably 15 years, I'll have to say, we've started having a conversation about trauma. And I'm glad because of a lot of reasons, but one, because I've lost fellow officers who committed suicide. Actually, the police officers kill themselves more than criminals do. And we've been on this a long time. And for ages, at my agency and a lot of others, we wouldn't address it. We didn't do critical incident debrief. We didn't do psychological services. We didn't screen people before they came into policing very well. And we'd have a moment where we'd have a big event, a big traumatic event, and we'd have somebody in trouble. And we thought we were doing the right thing, but here's how it sounded. Meet me in the parking lot after the shift, and we'd all get together, and our doctor would arrive. Dr. Jack Daniels. Y'all know Dr. Daniels? Yeah. He'll see he's from Lynchburg, Tennessee. Yeah, he'll see any time, come right on in. But that didn't solve any problems for anybody, right? So finally, we started looking at the wellness of officers, and it is absolute science now. Officer wellness is a serious issue for American policing and all Western policing anyway. So I was at a meeting in Nashville about a year ago. I'm retired, but I was there, and our psychological services doctor for our agency was there, and she and I got in a conversation, and I told her that I was doing a lot of basic trauma training for police around domestic and sexual violence. And she told me, she said, Mark, here's what we believe in mental health, that most humans in their lifetime will experience maybe 3 or 4 big traumatic events, a divorce, a traffic accident, a death in the family. But average law enforcement, we're talking 200 to 300, sometimes more, traumatic events in their lifetime. And I said to her, so slow down just a little bit. Where does PTSD start? And she said, well, PTSD starts pretty quick. So there's an incredible amount of PTSD and trauma in law enforcement. So now we're talking about it, but the early indicators around trauma started maybe 20 to 25 years ago. And let me tell you how this played out. The Canadians, they saw it first. And it was in Windsor or Winnipeg, one of the two. What is the city just over the river from Detroit? Is it Windsor? Yeah. So they were looking at police reports from officers who had been in a foot pursuit. And they were comparing the narrative of the officer's account to eyewitnesses of that same foot pursuit. And they didn't match up. So they were trying to figure out what was going on. Was it training of the officers? Was it the witnesses just didn't realize what they were looking at, which could be possible? So they reached out to these brain scientists over in London, Ontario, and they said, what's going on here? And these brain scientists said, we've been waiting on you to call us. That's trauma. With trauma, very often, you have a broken, fragmented memory that is broken and fragmented because of physiological processes in your body where under stress and trauma, stress hormones will flood into your brain and your body at different levels depending on different kinds of people. And what it does things to your brain and your memory. And physiologically, you do things that are different. And psychologically, you have problems. So the scientists said, so our recommendation for you, for law enforcement, especially the most traumatic event, which is killing somebody. Nobody's asking to do this in society. This is strictly a law enforcement function. And it is the most traumatic thing that could happen to you in policing. So they said, send them home for 2 or 3 days, let them get 2 or 3 sleep cycles, and then do the more formal interview after that, and you might see a more understandable narrative of the story and a clearer picture. It might not be complete, but it'll be a little bit better. So that's what we did. As a matter of fact, in the 80s and part of the 90s, because I worked in homicide a lot of years, and I worked a lot of police shootings, and I can tell you from experience, I have been involved in and investigated police shootings where I would interview the officer after the shooting, and it was some similar circumstance, and I would ask them, tell me where you were standing when you fired your gun. Why did you fire your gun? Where was the threat? And I would hear sometimes, well, he came out of the market and he had a gun. I challenged him. He pointed it at me and I fired twice. He went down. I called it in. He's dead. There's the gun. There's the victim. And it would all look pretty straightforward. And then we'd open the gun up and it would be empty. And you carry more than 2 bullets. And we'd say, wait a minute, don't lie. You're under investigation, okay? I work at the same agency, but you are under investigation. Do not lie to me about this. That will get you in bigger trouble. I'm not lying. We'd hear this from them. They wouldn't budge off of that 2 rounds, and then we get into the chief's review and say, Chief, this is justified, but they're lying about, for some unknown reason, and we put that in their personnel file. Dishonesty. When you put dishonesty in a police personnel file, you are in trouble, folks. Prosecutor won't trust you after that. You can't get promoted. And we did it over and over and over again. And finally, the Canadians woke us up to it. And then we started sending officers home after shootings. Put your feet up. Get an adult beverage. Turn on Say Yes to the Dress. If you want to get your mind off law enforcement, you watch a couple episodes of Say Yes to the Dress. That'll do it, right? I like that show. So then come in and do the interview, right? But then some of our really sharp officers who work sex crimes said, wait a minute, is that what we're doing with rape victims? And we were not doing that with rape victims. Here's what we do with rape victims. We're going to the emergency room right after the rape, if they reported at all, which by the way, right now is about 25%. It used to be 16 forever. It's gone up a little bit. And we start doing interviews with them about what they saw, what they heard, and we were getting these stories that sounded like, wait a minute, this person's not been raped. Then in the police report, we would write some biased statement about alcohol or drugs or behavior or reliability. I mean, you could read it in the reports. And the reason I know that is I've done studies at police departments for the Justice Department where we've read hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of reports, and the bias is right there in the report. And the bias came on because the officers weren't trained in trauma. Now, it's not their fault. So I'll give you an example. If you want to see a good example of this, I get this right. Linwood, Washington. Woman's name was Marie Adler. Marie, 18 years old, right out of foster care, and a young adult living by herself in an apartment complex. Serial rapist broke in on her, tied her up, raped her for hours, took her driver's license, put it on her chest and photographed it and said, if you report this, I'll put this on the internet. He left. By the way, when he came in, he had a backpack with alcohol wipes, a toothbrush. I mean, he had a physical evidence scrubbing device. In other words, he'd seen some of these damn cop shows, right? She calls her foster mother after she gets out of these binds, and the foster mother calls police. Police come. Linwood's a pretty progressive city. They start the process, and they did a pretty quick interview with her. She had some gaps in her story. They noticed it, but it wasn't a big deal. And then they asked the foster mother about this, and she said, well, she called me right after she got out of the binds, but she didn't sound like she'd been raped. Yeah. Now, when you say that to an investigator, here's what they did. They thought, well, wait a minute. Is this a false report? So they confronted her. And in the interview, she broke down, and it now became an interrogation. And they told her, now, if you're lying to us about this, Marie, we're going to arrest you for false reporting. And she said, I'm lying to you. And she'd been raped. Yeah. And this is a nightmare for law enforcement. This is the last thing you want is a false confession, right? So they charged her, and she confessed in court and was convicted, and she left Linwood. They closed their case. This rapist went down to Colorado, I think Fort Collins or Colorado Springs. He raped a woman down there. Now, some of you all may recognize this story. It was portrayed in a film called Unbelievable on Netflix. So you probably saw it. And I don't usually recommend police shows to people because they're all silly. I tell people if you want to see real police work, Reno 911 comes closest to me. That's a joke. I'm just joking, obviously. But this was one I recommend you watch because it really gives you a clear view of how good people, and these were good cops in Linwood, could make such a mistake. It's because they weren't trained in trauma. Now, the Colorado officers were. And when the Colorado officers caught him, they got his camera, they got Marie's picture. And then they called Linwood, said, we got your rapist. Linwood said, nah, we cleared that case. That's a false report. And they said, no, you need to reopen your case. And they did. And, of course, she sued Linwood. And this was a major story for law enforcement because it showed the lack of training around trauma for police. So since then, we've seen case after case that comes out, even today, where there's a misunderstanding about the behavior of a traumatized victim. How do you gather trauma evidence? I mean, you can see it, and Jim showed it with the photograph of Gabby. You saw her sitting in the backseat of that patrol car just sobbing. That's a pretty good indicator somebody's traumatized. So that was ignored by Moab police. So you see how really, really dangerous this can be if you don't understand that trauma effect. So I'm going to show you a few things around trauma that we're now teaching police because of their own trauma and how important it is. And I'll give you another example. We were doing a training in Denver, and these were sex crimes investigators. And here's the difference in a non-trained and trained. There was a detective in the group who'd been trained in trauma real well. And he says, I have a case I want to share with you. He said, because I think often when someone's traumatized, they'll remember things that don't seem to be related to the event, but will link you to the event. I said, that makes perfect sense. Young woman raped by a cab driver in Denver. He said, we had her in the interview room with the prosecutor, and we started our interview with her, and the detective said, let's just go slow. Can you identify him? And she said, no. And he said, was he dark? She said, no, it was light. Where was he was he facing you when you attacked you? And she said, yes. So he was on top of me in the back of the taxi cab. And the detective said, and you can't identify him? She said, no. And he said this way. He said, first I thought, is it possible this could be a false report? But I stayed on track, and he said, okay. He did this thing that you should do. He asked her how she felt about it. Now, this is state of mind. This is really important with these kind of crimes. He said, tell me what you were thinking while you were being attacked. This is kind of like with a strangulation victim. You want to ask them, tell me what you were thinking while you've been strangled. Because the statement you're going to get out of them is something like, I thought I was going to die. But in this case, she said to the detective, I went somewhere else. Now, part of trauma response is dissociation. If you work with children, children do this all the time. I did it when I was a kid. Adam probably did when he was a kid. You go somewhere else, right, Adam? Your body's there, and you can't get away from it, but your little brain goes somewhere else. Now, that's a defense mechanism to trauma. So he got it. She dissociated. Then he followed her in the dissociation. This is what's so unique. This is a good cop. He said, Tell me where you went. Now, most people wouldn't think that'd be a crazy question, but she got it right. She said, well, what I did was I started focusing on the headliner in the taxi cab. He said, okay. He said, let's talk about that. So he found things she can remember. And she said, it was just a fabric headliner. And he said, anything unique about it? And she said, no. And she said, wait a minute. Yes, there was. It was torn. There was a small C-shaped rip just above my head on the back right-hand side of the taxi cab. And the detective put that description out to patrol, and in 1 week they had him in custody. Because he realized if he couldn't get pieces that normally you would ask a crime victim, let me ask you others that may be in your fragmented memory that connect you to that suspect, right? And this is the difference between non-trauma trained and trauma trained. So this is a really big deal for criminal justice, folks. I have to tell you, if your dispatchers, if your patrol officers, if your chief, if any of your folks, if your prosecutor, if your probation officers, if your judges aren't trained in trauma, then we got a lot of work to do here. Because this is the product of the crime, right? So if I'm looking for something visible that I can see in behavior of a victim, that's what I want to see. Matter of fact, if you look at your criminal code on stalking, they're all almost identical across the country. Following, putting someone in fear, 2 or more occasions, putting someone in substantial emotional distress. What does that look like? That looks like I'm taking medicine now. That looks like I don't go to that Methodist church anymore. I don't go to Walmart anymore. I've got a gun. I've got a dog. That is brought on by the trauma. So now you're piecing together the product of the crime. Am I making sense with that? All right. So here we are, and we're looking closer at trauma than ever before. But before we get to this, I've got some things I want to show you. And I try to do this whenever I train because I'm in the country picking up ideas, and I want to share them with people. So self-assessing your own risk is a big thing now in law enforcement. We're teaching people how to assess their own risk. So the shelter in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago, along with the Pittsburgh police, designed this app. And for young people don't touch paper anymore, right? Young people, you don't touch paper. So they're putting these self-assessments into apps now. This is called Bright Sky. And what Bright Sky does, originally it was only for the Pittsburgh, Western PA part of the country, but now it's nationwide. So if you download the Bright Sky app into your phone geolocator will find your local services and put it on the app to tell you who to call and where to go, right? You can do it nationwide now. And this is a self-assessment for lethality, which is really important because a lot of victims still don't want to talk to the police, but they know they're in trouble, but they just don't know all the details yet. These apps are based on Dr. Campbell's research out of Johns Hopkins and other places, right? So this is a nice one. I like this, so if you want to just experiment with it, but this may be something you want to give. By the way, the Pittsburgh police give this out all the time. And this is not too far from what we used to do with victims. We used to give victims safety plans in empty lipstick cases. We'd roll them up real small. We'd hand it to them before we left the scene. A lot of shelters would put safety plans in tampons. That's a smart move because men, if you're in a relationship, you're being abused, and you've got safety information in your purse, and it's in a tampon, there's a damn good chance that man is never going to touch it because men don't touch tampons. A ticking time bomb, yes, I'll hold that explosive device. Box of tampons, no, I don't want to touch that up. So you see how we've evolved. Now we're putting in apps, right? So here's one for you. Now here's another one. This is resources from the Ohio Domestic Violence Network, ODVN. I do a lot of work for these folks. It's one of the best coalitions in the country. And they've got a traumatic brain injury institute now. So Ohio State and ODVN have got a whole process now where they're teaching people how to recognize traumatic brain injury. This is part of the process. You can download these invisible injuries guides. They design them for you as advocates. It's a whole list of, here's what you might see in someone with TBI. And so guess what the numbers are, folks? The researchers in Columbus at Ohio State, after years of study, are telling us 80%. TBI is at 80% with DV victims. Now, when you get to certain levels of TBI, comprehension problems start to play a part. They may not be able to understand parenting plans or protective orders or criminal processes, so take a look at ODVN's TBI work. Now, I think, oh, here's another one. I just got this one in April. National organization called Ending Violence Against Women International. It's a unbelievable nonprofit that's been training cops and advocates and social workers and doctors and anybody that works in the world of sex crimes. They just realized that after talking to cops and others around the country, that one of the problems with a rape case was contemporaneous reports. In other words, what happened right after the rape, post-rape behavior. Because sometimes the victim's story will be judged by who you talk to, right, and what was written down. So this is an app for rape victims. It will prepare the victim for introduction to the police if they want to go to the police. Some don't. I got it. You can speak into it, and it will turn your speech to text in a PDF form so they can then hand it to the police. This is really, and by the way, it also talks about prepare yourself for the police process, because a lot of victims will walk away from the police process when we start telling them what we can do for them, like a rape kit. And when you start describing a rape kit to rape victims, it's pretty overwhelming. If some of you have done it, I have too. You say, okay, let's get you to the hospital. We're going to do oral swabs, anal swabs, vaginal swabs, blood drawn, hair pulled, hair cut, scanning for semen. That's just, a lot of victims say, no, I'm not doing that. I just got traumatized. I'm done with it, right? They walk away, but the rapist goes on to rape other women. So this is real critical that we understand the impacts. This app will prepare the victim, and it's working really well, by the way. Tulsa Police now uses this. They're promoting it on their website, along with Start by Believing, which this same organization started a few years ago. Start by Believing campaigns are in Austin and Tulsa and other big cities where the police department is saying, the sheriffs are saying, we start by believing you. Because rape victims will often tell you, I don't report because I don't think anybody's going to believe me, right? And that's a major problem for us in law enforcement. Okay, so I wanted to share those with you. Now, so let's talk about trauma. And I'm going to show you a film here that's pretty disturbing. So let me just warn you up front. This was broadcast on CNN. This is not a rape case, but it is a case where an officer was in a traumatic event. And it's important that we understand trauma for a lot of reasons. And here's a few. Now, so here's the thing. Just imagine you're a chief or a sheriff or a judge or a prosecutor over a DA's office, or you run a probation office or a parole board. Anybody that judges these kind of cases. If I were to walk into your office and say, I'm hillbilly from Tennessee, but I want to offer you something. I want to offer you the skill to gain more accurate and thorough evidence for the most complex cases we've ever investigated in policing. I'm going to help you look at the context of the victim's behavior because it's misinterpreted by police. I'm going to help the victim remember and recall details that they couldn't in the past. I'm going to help you minimize the likelihood of re-traumatizing the victim, which is really important. I'm going to help you promote the victim's healing. Now, a lot of you are in the healing business. Law enforcement is not so much. But now we realize we are, because if you do an interview correctly with a rape victim, you can make it better for them, or worse, right? So the last thing we want to do is to do things like the why questions. Y'all know the why. It's a standard word for policing. We use it all the time. You start whying a rape victim, and that's when they start thinking about, well, maybe I was drinking too much. Maybe I shouldn't have gone out with this person. And now they're starting to feel guilty about reporting it all. And we don't ask why it's because we don't care about people. It's just a normal question we ask, but we have to take it out of this process because that interview, the victims will remember you decades later, right? So we want to make sure that we're not making that road harder for the victim to get out. And I would offer you, showing you how to hold that offender more accountable. Would you say, no, I don't want your hillbilly ideas in my sheriff's or police department? I don't think so. I think most sophisticated leaders in policing would say, I think we'll have some of that. Let's try some of that. Because our police officers are at risk as well for trauma. Because this work, it's never been anything but this, folks. If any of you, and I'm not trying to scare any of you, I think you all know this. If any of you are offering any support for a victim of domestic or sexual violence, you are now a problem for the offender. You heard Jim talk about the paramedic in Kentucky who was killed, a paramedic. We've had advocates assaulted, advocates kidnapped. We've had judges killed. We've had police officers killed. So this is really dangerous work. So I don't want to minimize it in the least. So I just want you to understand that. We're all in here, right? You're in this business. So if you want to talk about the offender, you got to look at them the way they should be looked at. So the definitions of trauma, a lot of you all work in mental health, they're pretty common. It's the response to an event, a series of events, or set of circumstances experienced by an individual physically, emotionally, harmful, life-threatening, with lasting effects on the function and the mental health and social, emotional, spiritual being. How many of you who work with children use the ACE test, the Adverse Childhood Experience Test? If you haven't looked at ACE, after today, make a note, go to your Google machine and pull up the Adverse Childhood Experience Test, designed by Dr. Anda from CDC 30 years ago to look at the lifelong impacts of trauma on children to adults. They're tracking about 16,000 adults now that they started out with. They're looking at cancer, ovarian, cervical, brain damage, divorce, alcohol, drugs. It's a most amazing big study CDC's ever done. Now people who work with child rape victims will look at the ACE test to see what their level of exposure of trauma is, because it'll affect you in different ways. And they're also looking at resilience. They're real curious about what makes it easier for some, makes it harder for others. So that's another part too. So I recommend you take a look at the ACE test because it's all about trauma. Now, so let me show you this. And when you watch this film, watch afterwards the reporter is interviewing the officer. Watch how he answers these questions. And then I want to process it with you on the other side.
On an October night in Miami, Dominic Jean tried setting fire to an 8,000-gallon underground storage tank at this gas station next to Miami's International Airport. Surveillance footage shows the smoke smoldering as Jean grabs a gas pump and starts dousing the ground.
It scared me because I thought, wow, we're going to die.
That's Miami-Dade County Police Officer Mario Gutierrez, who happened to be patrolling the area, racing in, jumps out of his car, hits the emergency shutoff to the gas pumps, then finds himself standing over a simmering time bomb, unsure if the gas tanks would explode.
It would have been a massive chaos. They would have thought it was terrorism. Who knows? They wouldn't have been able to talk to me because I would have been nothing but vaporized.
Gutierrez tries stopping Dominic Jean with a taser, but it didn't work. Jean starts wildly trying to stab Gutierrez with a knife and a screwdriver.
It came from my throat, and I blocked it.
Gutierrez falls to the ground. Jean viciously swings at him more than 20 times.
That was a fight to the death, and only one person was going to walk away from that.
Gutierrez is stabbed about a dozen times, but he's able to briefly kick the man off just long enough to grab his gun, firing 5 times, killing Jean on the spot.
I never heard the gunshots, never heard them. All I heard was the clinking of the shell casings hitting the ground.
It all lasted less than 30 seconds, but dealing with the emotions hasn't always been easy.
I felt like I failed. I was. I need to know that I put up a fight, that I fought this guy, because I didn't remember. I had no recollection of it. So that really, really bothered me.
These days, Officer Gutierrez patrols the Miami airport alongside his hero.
All right, so who are these guys we're going to go see?
You're saying Juan Leon, who saved my life.
It was Officer Juan Leon who found Gutierrez bleeding on the ground that night.
When I pulled up, I knew he was in trouble. His brown shirt was completely covered. It was just red.
De Leon raced his friend to the hospital just in time to save his life.
He's my brother. He's my brother.
It's the unbreakable bond of officers on the front lines.
So what'd you hear? What'd you see or what'd you hear? Say it again.
He didn't remember anything that happened.
And by the way, he
All
did.
he heard was the clink of the bullets. That's it.
Heard the clinking of the shell, didn't hear the gun go off. The gun's right by his ear, by the way. He didn't hear the gun go off. You see this fragmentation, right? This is a fragmented memory. Couldn't remember. He actually said that. By the way, they showed him this film before they did the interview. So what else did you see? He's emotional. Now, look, I know men cry. Right, I have. But not usually in uniform in front of a television camera. So think back to what Jim talked about the behavior of Gabby, how the misinterpretation of all that. Have you ever seen a man in uniform crying in front of a television camera? Not many people have. What is that? That's trauma. That's trauma. So this is why this is so important for us to understand that you may physically see something in someone. It's a clue as well. That's someone who's traumatized. And then he said, I felt like I failed. You see, now he's doubting himself. You see that? Now, this is a decorated senior police officer he works in Miami, for God's sakes. I know a lot of these. I trained in Miami-Dade. It is serious policing. I mean, it is life and death almost every day for the police there. So this is not every once in a while we see a violent crime. But this guy's seen it all, and you could tell he's blaming himself. He survived. He survived it as best anybody could. I'm sure he didn't want to kill somebody, but he did. This is the moment, right? Now we're seeing this is what happens to you when you're traumatized. It doesn't matter if you're a teenage girl or high school in North Dakota or a seasoned patrol officer in Miami-Dade. Doesn't matter. So we have to understand that process and what it does to you. Now, we heard about what he can remember and what he couldn't remember. This is the most, by the way, just to let you know, this is the most traumatic thing police do. Nothing else compares to this. And how crazy we are. For years, we never counseled with officers after police shootings. Now we do. Critical incident debrief, peer counseling, psychological services. As a matter of fact, in the last, I'd say 20 years, law enforcement has been very sensitive to the officers who actually, in the middle of their service in law enforcement, are now overseas fighting in a foreign war. And that's happened a lot. They'll bring these young women and men back from these combat zones, and they'll put them in office for 30 or 40 days before they put them back out on the street with the public, just to make sure that they don't transition the wrong way. So it's bringing that trauma home with them, because it's a lot of trauma from our combat veterans. So it does a lot of things to you. You just saw it. I want to share with you a couple of other things here. This is not real sophisticated, okay? Because I'm not. I have to keep things real simple because of my simple brain. But I understand this clearly because I've interviewed a lot of crime victims, folks. I mean, I cannot tell you how many homicide and rape victims, family survivors, homicide. I've just done a lot of interviewing with crime victims and offenders. So I learned a lot from that. And I watched victims look at me oddly and my old training from my old detectives would say, well, they're looking for an answer, they must be lying. That's not true. One of the things I recommend to policing now is let an advocate sit in the room while you're doing an interview. And I know it's kind of taboo for a lot of police departments, but it makes perfect sense to have that support of that person in the room with them so they are not intimidated to the point to where they do something like Marie Adler did. out of Linwood and confessed to a false report when she'd been raped. See, this is really, really important stuff. And if you've got an advocate in the room, a lot of these victims have been victims for years and years and years and years. What better person, when they're a suspect, to coerce them into a false confession, to have somebody that's been coerced all their lives. And I'll give you one quick example. Melissa Lucio on death row in Texas. They were going to put her to death for killing her 2-year-old. She'd been on death row for 15 years. And the first Hispanic woman in Texas history to be put to death. Innocence Project called me and another guy, prosecutor, and said, can you review this case for us? Because we think there's coercion here. And I did. I looked at 6 hours of intense interrogation of this woman. I've interrogated a lot of people. And I said, this is absolutely a coercive interview. And I said, what's her circumstance? And they said she was raped at 4, raped at 7, raped continually by her brothers and her father before she was 18, 3 relationships where she was raped and beaten by 3 violent men. She had 12 children. And one of her kids, the youngest, fell down some steps and hit her head. The police said she killed the child. The other kid said, she's never hit any of us. And at the end of 6 hours, she said, well, I'm her mom, so I guess I'm responsible. They charged her with first-degree murder and put her on death row in Texas. And we gave our report to the Supreme Court, and shortly after that, they took her off death row. Now, the judge in the trial, original trial, said this woman's not guilty. She needs to be released. The prosecutor's office down in Harlingen, which is South Texas, said this woman should have never been prosecuted. And when you look at this, you see these really well-trained Texas Rangers, which are great cops, but they did not know who they were talking to. They were interviewing somebody under stress, interrogation, and got a false confession in their minds. So this is why this is really critical to understand. No cop wants that, but you got to understand the brain. 3 parts of it: prefrontal cortex, limbic brain, and the reptilian brain, the brainstem. They all do different things for you as you function day in, day out. A lot of you all know this already. The brainstem, this is the one that really keeps you alive. This is about your safety. This is automatic reaction to things. This is what we look for. When we hire police, you look for people who've got a good instinct here of staying alive and keeping cool under pressure. Sometimes you can train it into people. Sometimes they bring it with them. But this is what happens to anybody when you're under stress. It's automatic. It brings you up. It brings you back down again. It's primitive. It's what the brain was developing over ages and ages and ages. This is where it all started, right? This is to keep you alive. And we're alive because the human brain has evolved to keep us out of dangerous places. You know, it just makes perfect sense. You know, you touch a hot stove, you're going to get burned. Your brain learns from that. You swim in a big lake with a bunch of alligators, you don't survive, right? So, and the people who were smart enough not to swim are your ancestors, right? So that's basically how it works. Now, the limbic brain, now we're getting into chemical stuff here, right? Each part of this brain, the limbic brain, does certain things: blood pressure, body temperature, pulse. This is a little more specific here, where these chemicals are released to do certain things for you to keep you alive day in and day out. So they all have different functions here. And then the part that's really critical is your prefrontal cortex. That's the front of your brain. You take the palm of your hand, put it on the top of your eyes, put your fingers wrap around your skull. That's under that. That's it. That's the big part of your brain that shuts down. This is what happened to that officer in Miami. His prefrontal cortex shut down. Even a well-trained cop, he just shut down on him. And when you do this, you're cutting off the executive function. The logic disappears. You see people do things that don't make any sense. I've watched officers on situations, like hostage situations, do things, and I knew they were doing something wrong, but they did it anyway because their logic disappeared because they were traumatized. I'm talking about in the middle of gunfights and things that you hope people don't do, but they do. You can't look at them and say, you're stupid, you shouldn't be in policing. You just say, look, that's a human thing I just saw. Makes perfect sense to me. And so with rape victims and domestic violence victims, right? So it manages your impulse, it directs your attention, keeps you focused, and that's a big deal. A lot of cops used to say years ago, I got tunnel vision. That's the old way of saying I was really stressed and trauma brought my vision in. And like, how big was the gun? You know, I've done a lot of robbery cases where you ask somebody, what was a handgun? Yeah, it was a handgun. And I said, you well enough to know calibers? Was it 22? Was it 32? Was it 40? No, it was like a 105 millimeter cannon. It was, my head would go down the barrel. It's like, well, that makes perfect sense if you're looking at that, because all you can see in that tunnel vision is that muzzle of that gun in your face, right? So these are the kind of statements we'll hear from victims, but when you're under stress, this goes offline. This is a problem. This part of your brain shuts down. Now I ask somebody a tag number. They say, and this is why the Canadians said, stop doing that. Send them home, let them sleep 2 or 3 sleep cycles. You might get a better story after that. Because this is a smoke detector, it's the watchtower, it's completely disrupted. Now, this is different than the offender, and let me give you sort of an anecdotal example of this. I used to watch carefully my stepfather fight the Dallas police. My brother later became a Dallas police officer, and my nephew. When I was a little boy, my stepfather he loved to put his hands on police. He just lived for it. And they'd come to my house, and he'd step out on the front porch, and he'd stand there for a few minutes. This guy was massive. He rolled his sleeves up on his shirt. Now, if I'm an officer watching that, that's what's called a clue. They teach you clues in the academy. See, and that's a clue that something's about to go wrong here, right? And he'd say, okay, boys, you got to earn this one. He'd step off the front porch and wail away at these officers. And I used to watch these big, giant Texas police officers panicking, pulling their sticks out, just flailing away on him, slinging away, completely forgetting their training because this guy was coming at them. And I'd watch him, and he'd calm, laughing, smiling, hitting, grabbing, because his brain wasn't shut down. His brain was different because he was beaten and terrorized as a little boy by his father. So his brain was already ready for it. Does that make sense? So your brain is ready. You're not out of control. You're very much in control of what's going on here. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of things here. I think I've got this. No, let me go. I'm going to show you a couple of things about your body's response. So now we know fragmented memory, fragmented narrative of report, and they may not be able to ever recall it. And by the way, let me just say this. Earlier I said about healing. If you know and understand trauma, before you do an interview with a victim, you got to tell them, look, we know a lot about the human brain. We know that experienced people who work in criminal justice have fragmented memory, and you may too. Don't worry about not being able to remember, because what will happen, and I've seen this happen, a victim, because they're worried, oh my God, they're not going to believe me, so I've got to really give them a really detailed answer, and they sit there in the interview room, and they're searching for an answer. This is why advocates should be in the room with them. They're looking around for an answer, going, oh my God, what do I say? So now they're performing for the police, and that's the last thing you want them to do. So you got to put them at ease and say, look, don't worry about not being able to recall. That's normal. By the way, if you don't remember, that's as much evidence as anything else is. Now I know I've got evidence of trauma because you can't remember things that most people would remember. It puts them at ease. So you got to go slow, be patient with this. This is a different kind of interview. It may take 2 or 3 sessions for an interview with a seriously traumatized victim, but you have to slow down the process because their brain's trying to do something that it can't do, and now they're worried. Now they look panicked. They look like they're not telling you the truth. So there's all kind of things that go wrong with this, but their body, they may have told you something happened in my body, I don't understand it. So it goes back to that years ago, some of you may have heard, fight or flight. You've heard that when people are under, so let me tell you real quick about fight or flight. So my brother was training rookies how to write traffic tickets in Dallas in the 70s and had a young rookie officer with him. My brother's a pretty tough guy. He's a combat Marine. He'd been around. So he's doing a good job training this rookie. He said, I'm going to show you how to write a traffic ticket. He said, so you get out and you watch the driver on the passenger side. I'll talk to him, get him out of the car, get his license. I'll show you how to do it because this is a traumatic thing for motorists. My brother walked up and he said, sir, would you please turn the motor off and said, let me see your driver's license and registration. By the way, if you don't mind, would you step out of the car? And the guy, is a really beautiful sports car. And the guy got out, and it was Jethro Pugh, who was a defensive tackle for the Dallas Cowboys. And my brother said he got out, and he got out, and he got out, and he got out. He said, I'd never seen a human this big in my life. He said he was still going up, and his belt buckle was right about there. He said, and I'm on the side of the highway, and the cars are whizzing by, and I'm leaning back on my heels, looking up at him, and I recognized him. So I'm starstruck. I'm thinking, oh my God, it's Jethro Pugh. And he said, I didn't say anything. And he said, a couple of minutes went by, and Pugh leaned over and said, why'd you stop me? And my brother said, I don't know, I forgot. He said, I was traumatized. He said, this man was massive. He said, but I didn't run. He said, I held my ground, you know. Not that he would do anything to me, but I held my ground. But he thought, you know, I got backup. He looked over his shoulder. The rookie had run back to the patrol car and locked himself in the patrol car. Right. So fight or flight, it is a real thing. It is a real thing, right? So, but it's not all of it. There's more to it than that. So let me show you the other things we might see. Now, the deer in the headlights, we've all heard about that. That's the brain getting caught up with the fact that they're about to be hit by a car. So they stand there. But what you want is your brain to tell you, get out of here quick. That's your brain stem. That's it. That primitive part of your brain saying, run, and get out of here, right? Get out of the way. We've had, you know, a lot of people in the past talk about firearm survival, how you survive somebody on the street who you may be a threat. And I've always believed, walk away from people. You know, get away from them as quick as you can, get distance away from them. These so-called gunfighters that teach these classes get people hurt. But just getting away from people, there's nothing dishonorable about that. But you may not be able to because your brain's just shut down. So let me show you what may happen. You may hear something called toxic immobility. And I think I can get this to work, yeah. Now this is something the victim may have told you they saw or experienced, or somebody else saw it in the victim. And what happens here, it's automatic, it comes on real quick, and it's rigid. You see somebody that's rigid and they can't move, they're gritting their fists, they're gritting their teeth, and they just brace themselves, they don't realize they're doing it. It goes out real quick, comes in real quick. So this is an example of it. Now these people paid for this. They did not, this was not an experiment. This is toxic immobility.
President Trump, it's time to defund Planned Parenthood. You've said it yourself. America needs more babies.
Sorry, let me get back to this. Here we go.
Oh my God, it's so scary.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Heads back, eyes. See ya.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Yeah, look at his face.
Oh my God, I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. Holy sh**. Mike. Mike. What are you doing? Oh my God.
You all right?
Yeah. He said, are you all right? Right. Yeah, I'm all right. Are you all right? So again, like the other part of this, explain to people why they can't remember. Here's another moment where you say, look, don't worry about this. You're not disabled. This is what happens. Your brain will put you into toxic immobility. Now, the other one is dissociation. We've already talked about that. Let me come back to this. This is that rape victim in Denver who said, I went somewhere else while I was being raped. This is why it's really critical in the interview process to ask people about their own state of mind. State of mind is evidence. What were you thinking? What did you do next? Why did you do that? Asking people, there's nothing wrong with saying, are you too afraid to talk to me? Are you afraid to talk to me here? We got to put people at ease because they're so confused about what happened to them, and now they're being asked to give you a clear statement about what happened to them. It's like, come on, just stop with this. The other part, and this, by the way, this is all survival, is what's called collapsed immobility. Now, this is the rag doll. I couldn't run. I was in quicksand. I couldn't lift my feet. There's an explanation of this, too. This is a a brain telling the body to do this kind of stuff, right? You can't control it. You cannot do anything about this. Their blood pressure drops, your heart rate goes down, you see somebody pass out or faint, right? Here, now again, here's a case where these two young men paid for this, okay? So let me make that clear. This is cleft immobility.
Yes, there we go. All right, guys, hands up. Come on.
So imagine now, so you're an officer and you're trying to get a statement and tell somebody, tell me, what did it look like when you were laying on the sidewalk after you passed out? I mean, come on, it's not going to happen. So the fact that they did it, when you hear somebody say, I couldn't move, that's evidence in the report. When somebody says, I went rigid, that's evidence in the report. If they're crying in the back of your patrol car, that's evidence of trauma. That goes in the report. We haven't been putting this information in reports. We've got to show exactly what we see. And by the way, help is on the way, folks. Police have cameras on their bodies now. There's nothing more powerful than a video of a victim experiencing any of this in a courtroom, because you can put an expert on the stand and say, this is normal. We see we went through this 40 years ago when we put cameras in cars for drunk drivers. We were never winning cases on drunk drivers. They would challenge our field sobriety test. We finally got toximeters, and then they challenged that. We put cameras in the cars, and it was all over with after that, because the prosecutor said, plea or press play. And that was the end of that nonsense. Now on officers all over the country, they have cameras. We've got a guide. I work for IECP. We've got a guide for how do you use your camera on a domestic and sexual violence case. If you want it, I'll send it to you. But we got to start bringing these images in the courtroom and then explaining what it is as we bring it into court. All right, a couple of more things and we'll be over here. Mitigating harm, this is it. This is the negotiation part. Submission and negotiation. When I talked about the woman who was a hostage earlier, she said, I submit, and he rapes me. You're traumatized enough, you submit, and you negotiate. That's part of it as well. It's not just running away. When you get an older victim, not older, but someone that's been traumatized a lot, they'll start to learn how to survive by doing certain things. And that is saying, I'm not going to call the police. I'm not going to call my mother. Whatever you want, I'm going to appease you, right? So this is part of it as well. That's evidence of trauma. Somebody doing that on that level, they're trying to stay alive. They're mitigating the harm. The lack of emotion, the flat effect, the upset, the crying, this is stuff you can visibly see. This is really critical information for the report for the case. And then the last thing here, let me back up. This is it. This is what you may see in a traumatized victim. You've seen it already. You'll see somebody that's going to fight, like the deputy did down in Florida. He survived it. You'll see people run away. That happens, like my brother in Dallas. By the way, the officer made it. He made it through probation. You may see immobility, toxic, collapse, right? You may see somebody submit just to stay alive, or they'll negotiate to stay alive. So that's a quick hour of a 40-hour course, by the way, on trauma. So we'll wrap this up. It's 4, but any questions about any of this? Did this make any sense to you at all? Yeah, this is a big one. I'd say if all the things I've watched happen over the last 20 years, this was probably the most significant awakening for us in criminal justice about what we've missed. And I'll give you one last example. I was on a group of people who went to Detroit who looked at the untested rape kits by the Detroit Police Department. They had 14,000 untested rape kits in Detroit. And we were trying to figure out why they didn't test these rape kits. This was a Justice Department project. And we read hundreds of reports. And we saw a complete misunderstanding of first responders to trauma. I don't even want to tell you what we saw in the reports and the things that were written. So what they did, Detroit got money and they tested all 14,000 rape kits. They caught 800 serial rapists who raped women in 27 other states. And these kids were sitting in a locker room, not tested. And these rapists raped and raped and raped and raped just because the police, who were well-intentioned, did not understand what they were looking at when they interviewed a rape victim. So that's how critical this is for us in policing. So, any questions or comments at all? Anything at all? And I think we'll take a. Did you have a question? Oh, you're new. Did you just arrive? Did you just get here? Yeah. You've been here a while. Okay. You moved up or something this time. Welcome. Is that it?
So we're going to do our panel discussion, but we're just going to take a little break and set up for that. All right.
Good.
So
thank you, ma'am.
yes, thank you, Mark. We appreciate you.
Good.
All right, we're going to kind of do a panel discussion, and we have Pat Sand. He is part of our Barnes County Sheriff's Department and has so graciously agreed to sit on this panel, so I thank you. Thanks, Lori. Okay, guys, so we have some questions. We had some questions come in. So what we're going to do, some of them are for everybody. Some are targeted towards one person. But what I would say is whoever wants to take the question or has an answer, answer. And if somebody else has an answer, answer. If you guys have questions for each other, ask them. We just want to have a great talk and just have some things here that we can get us going on. And thank you for participating. Appreciate it. All right, so first question. What was one pivotal moment or takeaway in your journey that fuels your work today? It's for any of you.
You guys, thank you for coming. Hold it way up? Okay. I just want to say thanks, everybody, for coming. This is North Dakota. We are Midwest. Generally, you don't get a lot of conversation that comes up. I don't know if you've noticed it. I think we're pretty quiet folks, so I'll just start it as a Midwesterner. So when I got into law enforcement, I never thought about these types of things. You know, Lieutenant can probably tell you that when you get into law enforcement, generally you're younger and you want a really cool car with the lights, and they give you a handgun and they pretty much teach you how to drive it real fast and shoot the gun pretty good. And you don't really think you'll ever do anything like this. You don't really understand how you do actually impact people. And when you start to do that, it gets pretty scary because you make a lot of mistakes. And I'm pretty open with our local folks. I make a lot of mistakes, I still do. And coming to these sort of things really help you out because you get to hear people's stuff. And like you had told me in the beginning, you get to sharpen the saw. You know, you get to hear things and learn things and really think about things you haven't thought of. And I can tell you that we try the best we can, and I think we're pretty lucky up here that our citizens generally do understand that. But I think my journey started out as not knowing what cops really did, and then getting involved in this, and then seeing what you do, and it really is challenging. And for some reason, you stick it out.
Thanks. I don't, you know, noticing the sheriff's deputy, or sheriff, your deputy. I think it's kind of convenient you guys sat me right next to him, so that's kind of weird. Anyways, for me, the pivotal moment was, I got sober in 2013, and then my first 4 years of recovery, I was in sales. And I did really good at it, and I worked for a tech firm, and I was probably going to make a career out of it. And then I got asked to speak at this United Way event because they heard that I was homeless once, and they wanted to use my story to try and raise some donations. And there was like 900 professionals at this event, and I told my story. And when I got off the stage, I turned my phone back on, and I had tons of messages from moms and you know, people with their kids in prison. And I think it was the first time in Fargo that it put a face to like homelessness and addiction recovery, and someone that, you know, the common person could reach out to. And so I felt purpose, right? And I felt like I could do something different. And there was nothing in North Dakota like that at the time. And we opened up transitional living and started doing outreach into the prisons and the jails and connecting with people before they got out, and we started seeing results. And I think there's no faster way to eliminating crime than getting a bunch of people sober, right? And at least get them on the journey and lower. And so we've had a success rate of like 75% of the people coming through our transitional living centers and our care coordination and our reentry programs and youth programs and women's programs and Native American trauma healing programs and So that was pivotal for me. But like the biggest thing was I got happy when I got my kids back. I got joy watching someone else get their kids back. And that was the spiritual money for me, was watching us change trajectories of 2 generations at a time. So.
That's awesome. For me, every time I get to tell Stacy's story and Kathleen Savio's stories, I see what I perceive to be lights turning on in people's minds about other women that they've met, or maybe it's their own experience. And that gives me a great comfort, because I know that there are so many women out there that need help. So I'm driven by justice. I always have been. I'm a very justice-oriented pastor. But also, I really hate it when Jesus is misrepresented by his followers. So I'm also protective of the gospel that I represent. And when I see churches that turn a blind eye to things that I know the Lord cares deeply for, it breaks my heart for the church, because I know it breaks God's heart.
Boy, so I'm a big sinner. So you're passing this on to me. I wasn't going to say anything about this, but I think I will, because our challenge in Nashville for years, the Bible Belt, the buckle is Tennessee. And very often victims will come in with a serious devout belief, but the offender turns scripture on top of them by perverting. You all know what I'm talking about, by keeping the victim in the relationship. And then our clergy, we had trouble with them for a while, but we finally became our solid partners. And we had a couple of our local ministers talk about doing couples counseling with offenders, and that's not what you do. You'll hear that from this good man. But one of them called it the holy hush, where they're keeping it from us. And then I watched them evolve, over the years, and then finally, it wasn't unusual to hear one of our local ministers say to the congregation, don't let the Bible be the belt he beats you with. And I thought that's a really smart, because it puts it all into one, describing taking away the guilt of a victim from separation or calling the police, which is so important, as we've heard. The other thing, too, I just wanted to mention, I talked to Naomi about this a little bit, about what your intentions were here and where you want to go. I do a lot of sitting down with communities, big and small communities, about what their problems are. And I wanted to give you a kind of a starting point. And the starting point would be to look at each other and appreciate your limits. I've done a lot of criticizing the police today, because it's my family. It's family business for me. But I think often communities don't understand their police and what their limits are, and they're not limitless. There's certain things they can do and they can't do. I think police need to understand what advocates do and what they can't do. I think police need to understand victims. They do love the offender. And we can't look down our nose at people who love one another. If it's against the law to pick the wrong person as a mate, a lot of y'all be on probation. Don't raise your hands. For prosecutors, we're going to get upset if they don't charge right away, but prosecutors can't charge every case. When you start understanding people's limits, then you start focusing on the victim. That's often the starting point to get where you want to go next, and we'll talk about that as we go along.
It's always the worst being the last one online, because you got to follow all these great people. But I wish I could say that there's just one pivotal moment that really fuels me to keep going, fuels our family. I don't believe in coincidences. I believe that everything happens for a reason, that you're put on a path for a certain reason. And although there's a lot of things that happen in our families' lives that we can't explain why. And I'll tell you, days like today, it takes a lot out of us, emotionally and physically. You're completely drained by the end of the day. And it's easy to say, I'm going to give up and I'm not going to move on, or I can't push on, or I can't do this anymore. But I know that there was a reason why I was asked to come here to Valley City, North Dakota, which before I met Naomi, I didn't even know existed. But I'm so glad that I came here because I think I was sent here for a reason. And a little while ago, I got a message on our email inbox from somebody who I had a conversation with the other night, and she wrote a very nice long email just thanking us for being here. She was on the watching the live stream, and just how impactful it was and how important it was for us to be here and for places like this to be seen. And that just refuels us. That just repowers us, gives us the energy to keep going and realizing that even if you impact one person, you've made a difference. And that's what keeps us going.
All right, this question is for either Mark or Jim. How can smaller departments and rural volunteer agencies implement trauma-informed training without the same resources that larger cities have?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. I think if a community, because money is a problem, obviously, and time, and a lot of small agencies, they can't send everybody to a training. They got the phone's ringing at the station, and that's reality. And that comes first before anything else. But I've been to communities where they said we're going to send our officers to the Crimes Against Women conference, or we're going to bring an instructor here, or we're going to send them to another sex assault investigation course. There's got to be a continual process because training is perishable. And you've got to keep your officers fresh and up to date on trainings, but at the same time, community's got to support it. The same goes with judges. We had trouble with our judges in Nashville years ago, and we had a big meeting with our judges. 90 of them came, and only 3 stayed. But our community found money to send those 3 judges to Boston to watch a domestic violence court. Now, we could say it all day long, but when you hear somebody else say it and is doing it, they came back and we started our domestic violence courts after that. But we invested in them to go to do it. So I would take a look at who you've got here with your sheriff and police and find those, diamond in the roughs and send them out to do this training or to bring somebody else in to train as well, but to support them in their education. They're an interesting group of people. They're less than 1% of the population, and they're women and men who will do anything you train them to do. There aren't many people like this, and they're unique kind of people, and do it by themselves. Firefighters are the same way, Jim will tell you. You can train them to do something, they'll do exactly what you train them to do, but that training has to be up to date and ongoing, and sometimes they just don't have time for that. But when a community looks at your needs, and you assess your own needs, so my recommendation is you take a look at where you are and where you want to go, and if training your police are part of it, then support that. If it's training your clerks at the courthouse, train your clerks. If it's training your judges, train your judges. Don't let that stand in the way of saving someone's life. It doesn't matter how big your town is, folks. Neil said it, 3 a day? I mean, that's just it. It can happen anywhere, anytime. So we have to look at it as a one big community. So take a look at your problem, analyze where you are, get over your differences, settle your problems in the past, focus on the victim's needs, start looking at the obstacles of the victim, and if it's police response, work on that. If it's prosecutor response, work on that. But make the pathway easier to get out for a victim. And when you do that, your community can pat themselves on the back and say, we saved a life today. And again, I think Jim may be onto something. We're brought here today for a particular reason. We won't know that for a while, but that's my suggestion for community.
I'll just kind of build off that. And, when I was a chief of the volunteer fire department, I had a very limited budget, and we had a high call volume still, and it was very difficult for us to send our firefighters out to training. So, like Mark said, identifying those key people that you think will be those change makers for you, having all those players in the room, and maybe really trying to find those resources. And maybe there's a lot of stuff out there, but a train the trainer course or something where they can come back and they can be your expert. And when you're hearing it from your own, sometimes they understand the needs of the community probably better than anybody, and you're empowering them and also inspiring the other people in your organizations and identifying all those those gaps and bringing everybody together. But there's a lot of great programs out there. There's a lot of good stuff. Conference on Crimes Against Women, they have a scholarship program, which I didn't mention earlier. Moab Police Department actually received a scholarship this past year to attend that conference. So there are options available. The internet is a great thing, and you dig deep enough, you can find it, or reach out to a lot of the people up here because they will help you find it if you can't.
All right, this question is for Pastor Shorey. Do you have presenters that can address the DV environment at earlier stages, such as middle school and high school?
Oh gosh, yeah, we've chatted a little bit about really the prevention side. I think, you know, it's that old adage that an ounce of prevention is worth more than a pound of cure. And I think you have to get to people younger and younger for that. You know, for my generation, it was more like high school would be soon enough. I think I look at my kids, middle school for sure, because things happen so much earlier with just all the access that kids have online. So they're learning things whether they're learning things whether we like it or not, based on their access to everything good, bad, and ugly online. I know this is a conversation my wife and I have a lot because she actually works for an anti-sex trafficking organization in our area. And she often says to me, she says, I love what you do, she said, but I really would like to see more prevention. And I'm like, and she's the one who actually can teach those things. She's taught for years on healthy relationships, and she's brought me into schools where I've gotten to see her just absolutely work her magic, talking to middle schoolers and high schoolers about what healthy relationships look like, so that they can avoid as much as possible, as much as you can. Certainly, there's no guarantee of avoidance, but if we could help one person avoid a devastating relationship like this, it'd be worth it.
Can I add one thing to this? So, a young woman named Jana at the University of Kansas was murdered by a boyfriend, and after that, the parents decided they wanted to do something kind of like Jim and Nicole and Tara and Joe, and they designed a curriculum for schools. It's called the Jana's Campaign. Started off in Kansas. I worked in Kansas a couple of years, real conservative state, and they're not likely to invite people into their schools to help them out, right? But they did, and so the Kansas school systems use it. It's for students and teachers, because you got to teach these teachers how to recognize it. Peer counseling for others, student to student kind of a thing. Kansas is using it now. Oklahoma's starting to take it. Colorado, Texas, it's starting to grow. Go to your website and go look at Jana's campaign. I agree with Neil. This is really critical. We can keep arresting people, keep prosecuting, but we're not doing any prevention work here. We're just reacting to the crime. This is truly ability to stop this crime. I believe we can, actually. I believe in a couple of generations, if we put our mind to it, we could have a day where we rarely ever see a domestic homicide in this country. I believe that.
All right, we'll send it down the other way. This is for Adam. Adam, what's one thing communities get wrong when it comes to those who have caused harm but want to change?
That's a very good question. I think that the biggest barrier to people when they change, like we have a lot of programs in the prison, a lot of treatment in the prison, we have a lot of case management in the prison, we have a lot of stuff going on in the prison, and then they're released. And a lot of times there's nothing. I've walked out of the jail before and not know where I was supposed to go next, right? One of the greatest things that we can do is make sure that they're on probation or parole, because then they have access, right, to, probation in North Dakota is vastly different than it was 10 years ago. They used to be just kind of wait till they screw up and lock them up, and now they're applying peer support and care coordination, getting them access to DV classes, they're getting them access to treatment and, stuff like that. But But once they get into the community, the housing, the employment, the recovery world, those are really hard to like get connected to, right? And so I think, I think we need more. I think we need, and it always comes to funding, right? And, they used to have this program called Twin Cities Rise in Minneapolis. It was, I can't remember his name. He wrote the book, The Non-Nonprofit, right? Because one of the biggest things with nonprofits is that they don't want them to run like businesses. They want them to run like nonprofits. And they, don't pay them very much, or they don't get, because if we paid them more, we'd attract better talent, right? And we'd have better marketers and better executive directors and people who know how to run businesses, and then they would eventually fundraise better, they would, or whatever. And so he has this book about the whole nonprofit, how to run it like a business. He ran a program for African-American men in downtown Minneapolis and for workforce placement. And so he went out and built relationships with these employers to create second chances, or fair chances is kind of the new slogan, for people, these men to get jobs that they normally wouldn't be able to get, right? Because I don't know if you're familiar, but there are places that will hire people who have felony backgrounds, and then they're like a car wash now filled with a bunch of people with felony backgrounds, with no real leadership, no mentorship, no culture, right? It's basically a trap house. And then there's stealing and drug dealing, and they just go back to it knowing what they're doing. Now imagine, like, the chance I got, I went to work for High Point Networks. They'd never hired anyone like me before, and I got to be a part of that culture, experience leadership, Dale Carnegie, like all this stuff, right? And my life changed because of it. Twin Cities Rise lowered recidivism for Minneapolis area from 80% to 20% in 3 years. And then Governor Dayton came in and redistributed that funds to early childhood prevention, and then the recidivism went from 20 to 80%. So the argument always goes, should we fund prevention, or should we fund, reentry? And my argument is that we need to do both. And so I think the biggest barrier that we have is that we get zeroed in, that we only can focus on one thing at a time, when I think we can focus on a variety of things at the same time. So.
Okay, this question is for Pastor Neil. What advice would you give to church leaders here in Valley City who want to be a refuge, not a risk, for those experiencing abuse? And then second part to that, how do we pull in other pastors in our community who may not seem to think that they have this problem, in quotes, in their church?
Oh, gosh. Wanting to be a refuge in and of itself is a great start. To want to be a refuge means that you recognize there's an issue. It's a great desire. What I'd say is you need to get that information out there. One great way to do it is participate in Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Have your preacher do a sermon every single October on domestic violence. I promise you, it's sort of like Field of Dreams. If you preach it, they will come. Because survivors are looking for churches that really understand the issue and want to make a difference. And they're not expecting you to be perfect. They are expecting you to be available and kind and non-judgmental, and refusing to put any of the weight of the sin of the abuser onto their shoulders. So that would be a starting point. I also, as Director of Church Partnerships, I understand that that's a challenge. So the one thing that I say to everybody is, when I talk to pastors about what it would look like to come for Called to Peace to be a part of what they do, I just say very simply, hey, we have the evangelistic side where we do a Domestic Violence 101 training. It's a half-day training. 2 of our trained liaisons come to your location, and we train your leaders and anyone else in the area. It could be other churches. It can be, you could have 2,000 people there if you have the space. You could have 10 people there if you just want a small group. We'll train you for a half day. If you want to do a longer walk with us, I say this to church leaders, it's more like the discipleship side. It's the long walk together where we learn how to walk it out. We don't point fingers. We're just coming alongside you. And we're just saying, hey, we just want churches that want to partner and not be in name only, who actually want to walk this out. And we'll help you develop policy. We'll help you develop support groups. We have trained advocates that will help the victims in your church and from like anyone else who comes to your church, we'll help you with those. And we have liaisons, which is the team that I'm in charge of, and they walk with pastors and church staff to help them understand the dynamics. And they get to ask all the questions that they have, where they can say, I'm not sure, I don't really understand abuse, but I don't want to say that to my congregation. Well, you can say it to me. You have a safe space to share any questions, any concerns that you have. So giving churches a challenge without shame is a really, really good way to invite churches in. And how to get more churches here, I would just say continue, like if everybody here, I think for all of you, I would encourage you to think about your +1. Every single person here, if you do a post on social media and you continue this conversation, you're going to have more people share. Like, will this video be shared? Yes? Okay. I would personally challenge you, every single one of you. I know you're on social media. Okay? You share your ham sandwich pictures. Share, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, we're like, look, I'm at Perkins. You know, it's like, ooh. You know, it's like, no, share something valuable. And I promise you, if you keep talking about it, I wholeheartedly believe we're at a cultural tipping point with churches. The churches are softer targets in a good way than they've ever been. So inviting them, not shaming them. When you talk to pastors, don't go at them with everything you know about abuse and tell them how much they've screwed it all up. No one likes to be approached that way. Pastors don't either. So start with just invitation, conversation, and lots of social media shares.
This question's for Jim. Jim, in Gabby's case, you spoke about missed links. What's one thing you wish happened differently early in the chain of response?
I think I said earlier today, hindsight's always 20/20, right? If we knew now what we knew then, we could have changed a lot of things. I can look at a couple of different perspectives from that. One from a parent standpoint. I wish I would have known more, been able to recognize more signs personally, and also for Gabby to know that we were safe people that she could have come to without judgment. I really wish that day in Moab that a victim advocate was contacted that day. I really do. I encourage anybody in the room, I have all the video clips of that day, to please use it. Use them, train on how to respond better. And I really feel that that day, even if they determined her to be the dominant aggressor in that moment, and they determined Brian to be a victim, that they would have put a victim advocate on the phone. Because I believe that they would have been able to figure out very quickly that the situation wasn't really the way it was presenting. And so all we can do now is look back on that and hope that it's used as a learning tool for others on just how to better respond to things. And I think we were having this conversation earlier about, especially in our profession as first responders, we're not very open to critique, I guess, often, or being told we can do things differently, especially when we take our job very, very serious. But we have to understand that when we don't follow our procedure, our protocol, things can go wrong. And that day, they decided to write it up as a mental health incident, but still use domestic violence funds for Brian. not use their procedure to have a victim advocate on the phone, and the audio predict an outcome, and that outcome is what happened. So I really hope that in the future that they do utilize those advocates for other survivors out there, other people experiencing that, because they're really experts in it. They really are. We get asked to do a million things in the fire service and law enforcement. Our jobs are dynamic. They change every single day, and they dump more and more stuff on us. So if you have an expert at your disposal, utilize it.
Let me add one thing to this. That my father taught me, he was a career cop and is a judge for 30 years or more. He said, smart people learn from their mistakes, but intelligent people learn from other people's mistakes. So there's no excuse now for anybody in this room not to understand what you just heard. That when you've got a person in dire need and traumatized, and you don't have an advocate as part of your response, you're asking for trouble. I mean, I'm not sure how much more you need to hear than that. That's pretty clear. It's something that can be fixed. And I know a lot of you all live in other places. You've come from other states. You should expect this from your agencies. You should expect this from your courthouse, from your police department, from your hospital. We know the solutions. All you have to do is look for them, and you can find people like Jim trying to educate us. So don't let this opportunity go by without going back and not taking no for an answer, and tell them what you learned here today of what a national standard looks like to keep somebody alive.
All right, this is a two-part question for any of you on the panel. How do you help a friend that won't leave an abusive marriage? And how do you help the ones that feel isolated and abandoned by the question, why didn't you just leave?
Okay. Thank you. I think being available to someone, knowing that the average victim will leave 7 or 8 times before she finally leaves or is incapacitated is very sobering. I've worked with many victims, and they've started on a process and then backed up. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And can it feel personally frustrating to me? Yes, but I'm not going to show that to them. It's frustrating only in the sense that I want them to be okay. It's not frustrating because I understand that they're in a very unique, painful, and hard dynamic. And my availability to them and how I respond to them pulling back will inform them on how safe they believe me to be in the future. So I always say, it's totally okay. And if at some point you're ready to talk again, I'm here. I don't qualify it. Just keep it real simple. Simple, invitational, and available. What was the second part? Ultimately, I can't imagine how painful that question is to a victim. So I'm going to be very, very slow to give advice on like how you deal with that. The only thing that I'd say is there's certain things that people just don't really understand, and they mean well. And I think offering grace to those people is good. However, a lot of times that question comes from a place of judgment, and I think it's more than okay for you to dust the sand, wait, I can't even think right. My plane landed way too late last night, and my brain just turned off. It just turned off. It's just done. Yeah, kick the dust off your feet and move on. There's some people you just need to move on from. And it's okay to stop giving someone access to your life who once had access to it.
I think for us, a lot of times we get the people who say, I'm really sorry I'm bothering you with this. I don't know how many calls we go on where there's domestic violence, and they'll tell us that. And it's like, hey, I'm really sorry to bother you. I'm really sorry to bother you. And for us, it's just a simple thing of keep calling, just keep calling, keep calling. You know, in law enforcement, we want to get the bad guy, but sometimes it takes time to do that, and it takes these people time to come to that. And we have to give them that time sometimes. So, I mean, there's the extreme cases, and I'm sorry for what happened. Those are different. But when we get the ones who just want to call and talk about these things, and they just want to report that there was an argument, we just tell them to keep calling. And as far as the second part of the question, I guess I can't imagine that any of our deputies would ever ask anybody that. You know, why wouldn't you leave? I don't know that. I'm probably misinterpreting the question, so. Yeah, we don't usually, I don't know that we ever deal with that part of it. I think that's more for the, you know, the clergy, the counselors. Yeah.
So I know this is live streamed, but I watch live streams, so I come back here. So I'm the one that they saved today. And hopefully you're not showing my face because I live in a small town. And we don't leave because we love them. And we don't leave because we have kids with them. And we don't leave because we think that they're going to change. And we wish so badly that they'll change and get help. And they do get help, and it helps for a little bit. And when tendencies come back, sometimes it takes a year, sometimes it takes 3 years, sometimes it takes a month. But we don't leave because they're the fathers or the mothers of our children, and we love them, and we want what's best for them, and we don't want to see them hurting because we can't understand why they do the things that they do.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
You're the type of people that we tell people, keep calling us. Our office, and it's not probably really well known unless we're dealing with people. Sometimes people just need somebody to sit next to. As sheriff's deputies, we get people that come to our office that just want to sit. We get people that come in and they confess things to us that are just, they're crimes, some of them. We don't, and I've had people come in and tell me about their drug dealing. Okay, they want to get help. They're not there to get arrested that day. We get people like you who come in and want to talk. We're not counselors, but we are law enforcement. We talk to thousands of people, and we try to get help that we can get. We are rural. We do have advocates. Sometimes you can take them to the advocacy center. We've actually dropped people off there. Now, I want everybody to understand something. Well, I believe there's a lot of advocacy people here. But for those who are streaming this who aren't law enforcement or advocates, just a general public person, we don't know what goes on in that building. There's secrecy between the advocates and us. And the reason that that exists is because we want people to use those services. So if they go in and they talk about their, you know, what's going on in their lives, that's very private. It's very embarrassing. To your point, you're talking about a life change. That's why, imagine that, for years, you grew up like that. You didn't know, it's hard to change. It's hard to get away from that. And I think everybody in this room can empathize with it, and some of you can understand it. And I think as law enforcement, you're right, you guys. We have to get, in our area, we have to get better at this. We really do. And we will. We will get better at this. Trust me. We're a small agency. The Sheriff's Office is a small agency here. So we can make big changes and try to get this right for the victims of this. You know, ultimately, and I don't know, I think to me, I think our theory on the Sheriff's Office, and I can probably speak for the police department here locally, convictions are great, but making sure the victims are taken care of is more important. If I'm wrong on that, then I guess I'm wrong on that.
So Mindy Morgenstern's case here in Valley City still echoes for many. I think a lot of people still know her, love her. What can we learn from tragedies like hers and Gabby's to prevent future loss?
Boy. Yeah, so that's a tough one. So Mindy, how many people are from Valley City here that are in the room? Okay, so it's a long story, you guys. Mindy was a college student here, and her killer was Mo Gibbs, and Mo Gibbs was a correctional officer here. So obviously I was a Valley City police officer back in those days. I knew Mindy. So I had responded to a few calls with her. Boy, I'll tell you what, talking about this today, that's a little bit tough to just come off of sitting in a class and listening and then having to go through that, because there's a lot of moving parts to that. And in respect to, you know, victims that are still in our community, that might be one we have another time. Maybe that might get a few more of you to come back next time we do this. Yeah. But yeah.
I was just informed of that story the other day. I was told about it, and absolutely devastating. Stalking case, and I know she had called and reported multiple times, but couldn't really tell that she was being followed, and thought it was safe for her to move from the building she was in to another building, only to move in directly across the street, directly across the hall from the person who was stalking her and ultimately murdered her. I was utterly speechless when I heard that. And again, I don't know if I really had much time to process all of that and really come up with a response to that. I know with Gabby's story, I hate to put it this way because it never comes across the right way. But her story just touches on so many areas of domestic violence in so many ways. And the more and more I get into it, we realize just how it gets into it. When you're talking about those non-physical forms of abuse, the actual abuse itself, lethality assessments when police interact, strangulation, hidden homicide, staged crime scenes. He staged the crime scene. That's a whole other subject. It just hits so many areas. And it's all the areas that law enforcement, people like Mark and other people up here on this panel, and experts all across the country have been speaking on for decades. And finally, you have this story like that played out in front of the entire world. There was video, there was voice. You could actually put a voice, you could actually see that person, you know, which is, I think, a lot different than many cases. So her story came to life. And so many people connected with it all across the world. And you have all this, what people perceive, what they see on social media, what our younger generation sees on social media, how We don't know what they're going through in their own lives, but you see what you perceive to be the most perfect life, and you want to emulate this person only to find out what was truly happening behind the scenes and how it unfolded. And all I can say is to use her story, use every piece of it. Use every piece of it in any training, any prevention and education you can in schools, in law enforcement, first responders, advocacy, wherever it's needed. Use every piece of that story to help educate people. People ask if we participated in the Netflix documentary. We did. We were hoping that we could get a little bit more educational pieces in it, but they didn't. But use those to have those tough conversations with your loved ones, with your friends, with your children, with your family, and have those critical, tough conversations about that. Because we can come here once a year and have these conversations and be impactful for the people that are here, but the real impact is all of you when you leave here today. Is you going on. It's a ripple effect. That was the motto of the Conference on Crimes Against Women, the ripple effect. So we're just starting that wave. Continue that ripple effect out here, back home, and continue to talk about it. It's the only way we're going to be able to prevent tragedies like this from happening in the future. We can only do so much. It takes all of us. And I would say just use her story to learn from.
So I've got a couple of resources for you, and if you're interested, email me later and I'll send these things to you. There's a shift in policing, not just response and investigation, but prevention is in the mix now. So Arizona has just got their Supreme Court to okay a community risk assessment program that's a little bit different than other lethality and risk assessment programs. It involves the community. They piloted it down at Yavapai, now it's statewide. Neil Websdale, who runs the National Fatality Review Institute at Northern Arizona University, helped create this thing. And what it's doing is enlisting emergency room nurses and school counselors and corporate executives in the prevention of homicide and stalking. So I'll send you that. Second, several of us worked for a couple of years and created a national model police response policy to stalking. The Stalking Resource Center in Virginia got money from the federal government. We spent 2 years working on it. We just released it last year. It's about a 30-page standalone policy. If you want a copy of it to give to your local law enforcement, email me and I'll send you a copy of it. Or you can go to Sparks, S-P-A-R-C. That's their website. You can download it there. Another good resource is SHARP, S-H-A-R-P, created by T.K. Logan, University of Kentucky. She's a world-renowned expert in stalking. She created a 43-question internet-based risk assessment for stalking, designed for advocates. You start talking to the victim and you load the details of the stalking into the system. It will give you a profile of the stalker. It will give you a PDF form to take to the police. It will give you a full safety plan strategy from the assessment from SHARP. So the Taiwanese police are using it, Singapore police are using it, Secret Service is using it. I've used it on cases since I retired. So there's one. And the last thing is determination. And I'll give you an example of this. I was over at Brooklyn Park near Minneapolis a couple of years ago, and I was doing a training with the police, and the police chief, now Brooklyn Park's suburb of Minneapolis. Suburban police have a lot more domestic murder than anybody else, because that's where people go home to sleep. And the chief over there told me, he said, Mark, when our officers go to the scene of a domestic, we do 2 risk assessments. One that we design, one that we got from another, I think LAP, which is the lethality assessment program. And I said, well, tell me why you do 2. He said, I don't want any mistakes made here. And I said, then what do you do with those? He said, within 4 hours of the report being generated from one of my patrol officers, if the offender ranks high danger, my sergeants in the field sent a copy to the prosecutor, a copy to the shelter, a copy to the DA, a copy to probation within 4 hours. And I said, just walk me through this. And by the way, he said, I've got a detective who gets a copy inside the agency who does another risk assessment that's used in Canada called ODERA, the Ontario Domestic Abuse Risk Assessment, which is a whole different process. It determines next assaults. And I said, why are you doing this in 4 hours? He said, look, if I train my officers to ask a woman or a man, do you think he's going to kill you, which is one of the standard questions in risk assessment, and they say yes, what are we waiting for? He said, it's malfeasance to write that in a report, take it back to the station, put it in a box, wait till the next day till the detective comes in, then to maybe look at it. If there's an immediate, dynamic, moving crime happening, why are we waiting for someone to be killed? He said, if we don't look at it any other way, we're going to keep burying victims. He said, the moment we hear, we've got to react immediately to this. So the lessons are being learned, and we're being taught by some real innovative police leaders like the chief in Brooklyn Park. So let me know if you want any of these prevention models, and I'll be happy to send them to you. And by the way, if you're an advocate going back to your community, don't think you can't help your community as well. We're talking about police stuff here, but it's nice for you to know what an acceptable national standard looks like. And when you get in a conversation with your sheriff or your chief, they may be hardheads, and we're a hard-headed bunch of people in policing. You could at least show them, wait a minute, there are agencies around the country that are doing this to prevent murder. Why can't we do it here? It gives you a little more power in your conversation with your police leaders when you get home again.
All right, one final question for Adam, and then Naomi, I'll let you finish up. Adam, you have lived both sides of abuse. How can we promote honest accountability without permanently labeling people by their past?
Man, these are some intense questions. Yeah, I have been on both sides. And there's, we do this exercise in the jail called, I think it's called different places. We call it like the standing tree or whatever. So like if you identify with the comment, you stand up or whatever. And so we'll be like, did you get your GED or high school diploma? Please stand up. And then we always ask, how many of you experience molestation? And about 90% of them stand up. And again, like this, I'm not trying to reframe that they're, that I'm a victim or anything, but everyone's hurting in some way. Everyone's fighting a battle you have no idea. I identify with the statement from neighbors, when I was a kid, and every male figure authority in my life for the most part. And we were talking in the back or whatever with a lady, and we were talking about PTSD and how I size people up whenever they walk in to the room, and why another reason that I sit with I don't sit with my back to the door or to people, because I've been jumped in prison. I've been, I remember one time I was in jail and I got in a fight over a bed. You know what I mean? Another time I got a fight over a seat. Because when you move down the pyramid or whatever, it's very, very basic for what you're prideful about. And I got cracked right in the mouth, and I had to go get stitches. So I was in my oranges. They put the belly chains on me, the ankles, the handcuffs. They brought me to the ER, right, in town, in Fargo. I think at the time it was probably Merit Care. And I'm sitting in a room with a bunch of people who are not in jail, and I'm, there. And the coolest thing happened. I sat down, and the people who were sitting next to me got up, and walked away. And, because they don't know what I'm there for. I'm very highly stigmatized wearing oranges and chains, right, with a bunch of people who were there to be seen by a doctor, And this old Vietnam vet came over, and he sat down next to me, and he looks over at me, he's like, the food sucks here, too. And he was like, I've been sober for 20 years. And then we just started talking, And so I think we need the right people in the right places. There's a big up-and-coming industry in North Dakota called peer support that's happening right now. And there's 2 major contracts with North Dakota for free through recovery, so that's helping people with, that are justice impacted find housing, employment, and recovery and staying law-abiding. The other one is Community Connect, and it's basically anybody with a mental health diagnosis over the age of 18 that needs services. And it's a copy-paste program. So it's to help them find, so it's on both sides. So basically, Community Connect, if you have a diagnosis of any kind, mental health, you can get services. And then if you're free through recovery, if you're on probation or parole, you can get services. And so this is what I meant earlier, that we don't do either or, we do both. And peer support for people who have overcome their mental health issues or whatever, and diagnoses, and have found success, helping people who are just getting into that journey. And then people who are justice impacted, helping people who are just getting out of prison, right? I think this is the missing link. We've had treatment, we've had prisons, we've had police, we've had courts, and a lot of times I feel like, when we tell an addict that doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results is insanity, I feel like we should say it to the system too. Because we've been doing the same thing for a long time, and now peer supports are starting to come in, and we're starting to see some really robust results. So put the right people in the right places, and you won't even have to worry about this question.
I realize we're about to run out of time. I'm derailing this whole thing for anybody who wants to get home on time tonight, but it'd be great to ask. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm holding the mic and I'm talking. I just have I have one question for you all, and I appreciate the extra time this is taking. But and this is mainly directed at Mark, but any of you can answer it. Why do you think it's so difficult for law enforcement to believe victims of domestic violence or rape? Like, I feel like someone runs into the room right now and says they were just assaulted. The last thing we're thinking is, well, but is she lying, right? And so for all of these cases to come through and to be doubted, especially when we know the percentages that, 9 out of 10 or more than 9 out of 10 domestic violence cases are men against women, right? Like, to ever think that you're going to walk into a house and the odds are that she's lying is the case seems wild to me. And so, like Mark, you had mentioned earlier, there's a new program, We Believe You First program. I'm butchering the title of it, right? Like, it's astounding that there even has to be that. So why do you think that is? That somehow this is a difficult thing to believe, that a woman was raped or that she was assaulted by her husband. Why is that such a stretch?
So that's a really great question, and I think, and I'll try to speed this up, and Lieutenant will probably, he'll correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I go back to when I became a cop, I never knew, I didn't think I'd be investigating this. Not every cop is geared for investigations. We've got guys on our force, they want to do criminal traffic interdiction. They want to go out and get these big loads of dope out of the car. They want to run the lights and sirens. And I asked one of them once, I said, well, I'm getting older and I want to retire, and somebody's going to have to do investigations around here. And he said, one of the things I don't like about the casework that you do is, what if I get it wrong? And he said, like, do you ever wonder, some of the people you put in prison, you got it wrong? And I don't know how to even answer that. But, you do your job the best you can, and you hope you didn't. But my opinion is, when he talked about, like, you go out, you make a traffic stop, you get a load of dope out of a car, okay, that person did it. Like, they did it. And I think some of it is they don't want to get it wrong. And I guess, again, in my mind, we're trying to sort through some of this too. Like, how do we not get this wrong? And it is a lot of training. It really is. And coming to these and hearing the stories And listening to this stuff really helps. You know, when the Morgenstern thing got brought up, and now I'm sorry, I'm extending this, people, but there is so much to that I don't think I could give you a 15-minute answer. And as we're sitting here, and I'm in my mind, of course, my mind's racing on that one. Man, there's a lot to that. And when I think about Gabby, there's a lot to that. You know, and we intervene in people's lives a short time period sometimes. And I do think a lot of cops are ADHD. I think our brains just somehow get messed up even the longer you're in this. And it's almost like you're trying to finish things up. You don't want to screw up. You don't want to make a wrong arrest. You don't want to this. You don't want to that. You know, we're not supposed to, you know, there's century code on us. It's the Title 14, 17 something. I don't know the code off the top of my head, but there's a lot to domestic violence. And if agencies, again, if we don't train in this every year, which according to century code we're supposed to, you know, if we're not training in this every year, it does have a shelf life. It really does. Training has a shelf life. I don't go out and make a bunch of traffic stops anymore. I'm more administrative now. Even traffic stops, I kind of stumble on those now. So it's kind of like anything. I mean, I don't know. Do you have anything to?
So we've done some studies on this at IACP. I've been working with them since '87. So last 15 years, we've been running the National Law Enforcement Leadership Institute on Violence Against Women. It's a diagnostic sort of a training where we sit down with police chiefs and sheriffs and talk about past, present, and future, their own problems in their communities, where they want to go next, why they haven't gotten there yet. And we've seen 4 basic things. One is the common characteristics now. We know this, which means it's predictable. We've admitted now that we've missed crimes, stalking, human trafficking, witness intimidation. For a lot of reasons, we've missed them. 4, we know the impacts if we miss them. Murder, officers killed, lawsuits, and on and on and on. But the thing that stands out about us in policing is lack of supervision, culture inside policing, lack of communication inside and outside the agency. How do you talk to the public about it? How do you talk inside your agency about it? How do you deal with minimization? How do you deal with frustration of officers? All these things can be addressed. And then bias and discrimination. We don't see as much as homophobia and racism in policing as we used to in my time. But you've got to look at basic human bias. There's a science to it. This is not just, you know, explicit and implicit bias. You know you're doing it or you don't know you're doing it. And when you don't know you're doing it, it often comes up when we study these cases that you did it because of your internal biases. Example would be years ago, women couldn't get on orchestras because they did auditions in front of all men panels to get on orchestras. So they started to do blind auditions, put a curtain between them and the musician. All of a sudden, women violinists appeared everywhere around the country because there was that bias that you have about someone that impacts your decision making. And we've seen this in police. We do analysis on this with police departments, by the way. And we can pretty much look at the behavior of an officer and find out where they're lacking training because of the biases that they exhibit by the way, the language they use, consensual language with non-consensual events. So there's a formula here that we know we can fix. But the biggest one is communication. And that is just confronting people and saying, look, why did you want to be a police officer? If you have a bias where you believe that most women lie about rape, you don't belong here. We'll get you a job at UPS. They pay great. You wear shorts during the summer and you have great benefits. And you don't have to worry about being shot, maybe. But you don't belong in policing if you have brought this bias with you. But it's the responsibility of the leaders of that agency to make sure none of that is happening. So that's a short answer to a long question.
So you didn't ask about pastors, but can I answer that from a pastor's perspective? To Mark's point, language really, really matters. So I'm going to say 2 words, and I want you to tell me which sex it applies to. Hysterical and feisty. Have you ever heard a man described as hysterical? You won't. You have to ask the question why. I've seen men get real hysterical, but I've never heard a man described, his behavior is described as hysterical. Now here's what I really think the issue is. I think we have baked in misogyny in our church cultures. That's a fun one to dive into, isn't it? Now, don't hear me wrong. I don't at all believe that there's a form of church leadership that will keep abuse out. Abuse will exist where people exist. So whether it's an egalitarian church, meaning a church that allows women to be pastors and elders, you will find abuse. In a complementarian church where they just believe that men are the leaders of the church, you will find abuse. But I do see a correlation between churches that refuse to allow the voices of women to rise to the level of leadership. I see a very distinct correlation between that and where abuse thrives, because I believe that's rooted in misogyny. So until we get rid of language that is clearly misogynistic, because language does shape our perceptions, until we start getting rid of language like that, we're going to have pastors that believe she's just hysterical. Drew Peterson said to me in a ride-along with him in his police car, I spent 3 hours with him one day. We were driving along, and he was trying to pull me over to his side, and he said, "Neil, I need you to help me to get Stace some medication. I know you've got a counseling background, so you probably can't do that, but can you connect me to a good psychiatrist so I can get her on some meds?" And I'm just like, no. and he continued, and he goes, "Well, Neil, you know how women are at that time of the month?" And I said, "Our conversation is over." I said, "Drew, if you want to talk about you, I'll sit here and I'll listen to what you have to say about you. But that's very disrespectful what you're saying about her, and I won't entertain it." I think we need to stop entertaining conversations that sound like boys will be boys. Let's be the men, let's be the good men that Jim is bringing up and saying, where are the good men? Well, the ones that are willing to stand up and pay the price for saying no to that conversation. I think that will shape our church culture. Sorry, that was a very long answer.
Anybody else have anything? Okay.
Hi, Adam. I just wanted to ask you about, you were talking about Community Connect. Is that is that organization, is that in Fargo or in Bismarck or, no? Oh. So. Okay, all right, thank you.
And Pastor Logan has a question.
And you guys, you don't have to answer it because we are live streaming. And if you need to email me or call me later, you can. But in a church that I was leading, had an instance where man and wife went through a divorce. She filed an EPO on him. He filed an EPO on her. But our church was his home church, and it's just a long story. And so, if if law enforcement could shed light on that, like it's kind of one of them. I think in Kentucky where I was, it's whoever shows up first. And so, yeah. And then I have a second question that it'll be a little difficult than that. But as a law enforcement, how would you want a pastor to handle that if you know you have a couple who has an EPO on each other and they both show up on a worship service?
Okay, so you're talking, you had a parishioner that had a protection order, and then...
They were married, they both, one filed an EPO, the other one filed an EPO, and
Yep.
both showed up on a Sunday morning.
Yep.
How would you like, as a pastor, how should the pastor handle it?
So to be honest with you, I think you're better off probably calling the local police department on it. I really do. I think that's the safest, best way to do it. Because like in North Dakota, and I don't know how it is nationwide, but generally if there's, it doesn't work both ways. So if I get one against you, unfortunately I can still contact you. So they're both technically in violation, and to me, these orders, I mean, there's a reason they came about. You know, and I think they can be extremely dangerous. So I think you're better off just calling law enforcement. Yep, making a nice quiet phone call and meeting them at the door and saying, here's what I've got, and let them deal with that. Yep.
I've let it roll, and just because, and this is for the pastors, you, Jim, and law enforcement. We're a larger church, and I've been in larger churches, but I'll use it for instance in Lexington, Kentucky. We had a man who was a high-risk, convicted, registered sex offender, been rehabilitated, done his time. I'm trying to be easy how I say this because there's grace for everybody, but I'm not going to take a chance on you making that mistake again as a pastor. So I guess you guys, how would you handle letting, because I would never tell him he couldn't worship, but there's obviously areas of the church that are off limits, right? So how would you handle that as a pastor and as law enforcement? How would you handle walking a man or woman through being registered and also, hey, I want to walk with you through this season of your life? And I know, and if you don't answer that here, we are live streaming, totally cool with it.
This is a good one for you. Okay, so I'm going to stick my neck out. And I mean no offense to anybody in the room. Predators are predators. Can people change? Yes. Absolutely. I think personal services, had an instance locally where a gentleman was coming around and worshiping in churches and taking pictures of kids. So it does happen locally, so that's just me, okay? And again.
Because I have the pastor side of me, but I've also got that man who's willing to do whatever it takes to protect somebody. So there's no escape in this scenario for pastors. There's no escape.
Yeah.
There is none.
Yeah, that's tough. Can people change? Absolutely, yes. And my personal view, it's a challenging one. I've seen this. This has been. There's not just one church that's debated how to do this, and there's a reason that there are a plurality of elders that make decisions instead of a pastor. I'm guessing you could probably guess where my leaning is as I say that I'm justice-oriented. My leaning is nope. If you want to worship, there has to be a place where you're not around children, period. So find a church that's childless and be accountable to a pastor. That's my view. But I'm also one of multiple elders, and I recognize that it's not just my choice. But I really do think that I believe the risk is far too high for children. You could say, well, we're just gonna cordon this person off to a particular area. It's just not realistic, because you look at you look at cases like Larry Nasser out of Michigan. He actually molested U.S. gymnasts in the presence of their parents. In the presence of their parents. In the exam room, he molested them. And the parents didn't know it because they just assumed that what he was doing was okay. And I think that my leaning is for churches, we're already too trusting. And I think that that is not something that we should be taking the risk on. Our children they're too precious and too vulnerable. Protect the vulnerable.
Yeah, and to add to that, like I say, predator's a predator, okay? I just personally believe there too. I mean, something we learned today was reach out to people and ask people for help. What would your parishioners think, you know, as you making that decision? I'm in agreement. I mean, if you want to do some personal things, like you come on Friday, you come on Thursday, and we'll sit and I'll be your pastor, that's one thing, but.
Just to clarify, and the reason I've asked, we had a gentleman who was high risk, and when I found that out, I said, hey, this is nothing personal, but if you come, this is as far as you come, and a security team member will sit with you. And he chose not to come. And I felt like, you know, it sucks as a pastor to do that, but I put my flock way before my position as a pastor. I put the safety, like you said, justice first. So, yeah, I do, but it oh, sorry, go ahead. Can I say one more thing? And this is a tough one. I should have prefaced this.
No, it is tough. One thing that I would say too, one mark of repentance is accepting consequences. I talk to survivors of abuse all the time, and I'll talk to them often about how one way that you can tell if your significant other is repentant is when whatever boundaries you put before them, they accept it with no pushback. So what I would contend that if there is someone who was a predator who is demonstrating repentance, biblical repentance, I think that they would say, you know what, that really does suck, and I receive that because I'm the one who got myself in this situation. You didn't do that to me.
We do housing for people that are coming out of prison. Sometimes it's people who are registered, and I get a question a lot in Fargo, especially from pastors, and you know, there's a gift of discernment, you know, with a lot of the pastors, and some pastors have men's fraternity, right? And so letting, you know, them participate in some other, like Bible studies, or where kids aren't present or women aren't present. But I piggyback off what the pastor said. Many conversations we have, you know, I'm an alcoholic, I don't go to the bar. You know what I mean? I have people who have committed financial crimes. They're not working at a bank, you know. And so a registered offender is not working at a daycare, you know, or going to, it's okay to like, but, you know, it's like you see people who are putting in the effort and stuff like that. Like it's kind of, I would imagine, similar to, you know, being in a toxic relationship. You want them to go back to the way that they were, right? And at one time, these people did not have to register. And they're putting in the work, and you're like, all right, they're like putting in, but they've still done something very grave, right? And it's not that they can't be forgiven. It's not that they don't deserve a second chance, but it's a custom second chance, right? And so, and they'll understand it. He didn't, you told him what your criteria was. He didn't show up, right? Yeah.
Does that tell you something probably?
Yeah, maybe, but he also probably doesn't want to be embarrassed, right? And so we can't make the judgment that, yeah, you know, but there's a good chance that, I don't think it was like, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? Like maybe he didn't show up because he didn't want to be embarrassed, but maybe he had other intentions, you know? It's very, very well. But I will say that all the, out of all the people that we're working with that are coming out of the prison, the lowest reoffense is registered offenders. And I believe it's because they're getting services, rehabilitative services, right? And we've given them a place to land and doing very, very structured curriculum around trauma, around sex offense, stuff like that. There's cameras, there's monitor, and they are much better being in our place than what Facebook would tell you that they deserve to go to the streets, right? I think we're doing a disservice to the community by letting sex offenders be homeless. Because just like drug addicts, just like alcoholics, they are more likely to reoffend if they are unmonitored and unstructured. And so I personally think it's my responsibility that I don't like when someone comes to our house, I find out what they've done, but it's not my responsibility to judge, it's my responsibility to serve, right? And I think God's called me to that, to serve whoever comes to our house, because the people in our community matter. And I think that we can do a better job by serving them rather than kicking them to the street and watching the next time that they're in custody for doing another crime.
Yeah, real quick, in May, the state of Tennessee enacted legislation for domestic violence offender registry. So we've got a sex offender registry, now we have a domestic violence offender registry. I don't know how you see that, but that's what we did. Second, you talk about the clergy. We'd be hypocritical if we didn't talk about officer-involved domestic and sexual violence. I worked these cases for years as a lieutenant. I had detectives work for me, and we never had fewer than a dozen of these cases actively working at one time. We're a 1,500 officer department. But the estimation for American policing, and it's bad, it's worse in France, Australia is quite a bit worse, that if 10 to 15% of the population is involved in domestic violence, and that's our guess, and you equate that to 1 million police officers, that's 60 to 150,000 police families right now that are experiencing domestic violence. So the solution to that is who you hire and how you train them. The second is, do you have a policy and procedure around what do you do when it happens around DV and sexual misconduct? And my last statement on this, and I ask chiefs and sheriffs all the time, when they don't want to hold themselves accountable, is how much crime do you want your police to commit? That's the only way to look at it. And if you don't show the community that you're willing to hold your own accountable, why in the world would any citizen walk into a police station to report domestic violence if you can't hold your own accountable?
Okay, last question we'll take. Since we went over just a little tiny bit. I'd stay till 6, you guys, and talk, but.
I was just going to go back to the question about believing victims when they come in and they're open about it, because I've seen it where people are like, well, why would a victim be open about it? Because they hear the question, well, why didn't you leave? So do you think that that question kind of is why people don't believe victims? The why didn't you leave? Because they'd assume, like in my mind, what I think is people will assume that victims will stay quiet because that's what they think every victim will do because of the question, why didn't you leave? That's just what people assume. Does that make sense? I don't know if it does, but. Oh, I was. Okay. So I was just thinking in my head about the question, why didn't you leave? Why don't you leave? I feel like that creates a way of thinking for people who are on the outside in believing victims, thinking, well, a victim would leave, so if they're being open about it, they're probably lying. You know? Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Sorry. I was trying to put it in a... I was thinking about it because when you're in a situation and somebody comes to you and they're like, this happened, they're usually scared to tell someone. So I feel like when somebody sees someone saying, I was physically abused, or I was in an abusive relationship, or I'm a victim of this, I feel like some people look at that confidence of coming out and saying it as I'm lying and I just want to put somebody in jail. Like, I feel like that's how people look at it.
So maybe back to bias. Does anybody want to have anything to say on that? So she said, Faith, correct me if I'm wrong. She said that she wonders when, basically, when people come out and say, I'm being abused, it correlates weirdly with people who stay in it and don't leave. So I think she's trying to sort that out, which are big topics to sort out.
I think, Mark, there's the statistics to go by on that.
Most people do get out, by the way. We don't see them. These people who never call the police, never come back and report, we don't see them. They get hit once and they walk out. Or they've had enough and they're gone. They never call the police. So we don't know the numbers. I mean, there's estimates on how many people are victims. So the ones who stay are the ones we usually see. And I got it, why do they stay? Leaving's not an event, it's a process. But we need to start asking the offenders, why do you stay? And the answer to that is because they get what they want out of it. They can control somebody. That's why they stay. But we find ourselves looking at the victim and not the offender, and that's the bigger problem, that we should stop doing that. I go to police departments all the time, and I ask their detectives, who do you investigate when you have a sex crime? And I ask them, do you investigate the victim or the offender? And if they say the offender, I know they got it. But if I hear we investigate the so-called victim, then I know we've got bigger problems. But we don't know what the true numbers are. We all can do is guess. We don't know how many children are exposed. All we can do is guess. And these national victimization studies are people who will contribute to it, but we just don't know. But I can tell you this about policing. The ranks of law enforcement are filled with survivors. There are hundreds of thousands of DV survivors working in uniform right now today. They're not talking about it because most of them are men, but when you get one-on-one, you hear it over and over and over and over again, that they are survivors as well, but they never talk about it because they want to put all the trauma behind them, and I completely understand that, and I respect it. But it's hard to find somebody who hasn't been abused. That's the bigger problem than people who, than the true numbers. So we don't know, and we may never know because some people just don't report, the ones that we don't see. But most people do get out. And by the way, most men who are exposed, they don't abuse. It's a small percentage that do, who we have to deal with in policing.
Real quick, I just want to say that just as Jim and I shared with you earlier when we were talking, your questions are so encouraging to us for your generation. So keep asking those questions, keep being curious, and can't wait to see what you do in your life.
Did anybody have any last words? Okay, all right. We had a lot of last words. I love it. Okay, Pastor Logan, could you put the last slide up with the QR code, please? All right, so just from the bottom of my heart, everybody, thank you for coming today. thank you for sitting here with all of these amazing people that traveled to North Dakota. I mean, Adam traveled to Valley City, and that's amazing too. That's awesome. But I just am so appreciative of the wealth of knowledge, the heart, just the absolute amazing people that came today to do this with us. So thank you guys for coming. So I just wanted to also remind us, there's been a couple offers here. Mark Wynn has offered in the past to do further training. So I don't know, Pat, if we want to go back and have conversations and do some talking, we could do that with other folks in the community, but we've had talks for a couple years now about doing some further things. Also, Mr. Jim Schmidt would be willing to do fire EMS first responder focused training, and that offer is hopefully still stands, Jim, and we would love to do that. So if anybody has, if you guys are not from here on live stream, if you have people, take this back, get a hold of me. So I'm going to have right now the survey link up for the conference. So you can QR click that with your phone, and it'll take you to our evaluation. That evaluation has to be completed to get your continuing ed certificate. And if you do have struggles with that, the link is below. I can help you with that. Or we do have paper copies on that back table, and you can just complete that. And there seems to be one in your folder. So somebody was well prepared. That'd be my Lori. Has you guys well prepared. So either way, just you compile those on the back folder would be fabulous. And then Pastor, if you could move it to the absolute last slide. Oh goodness, it's his favorite. Right, there's a lot of Naomi, that's great. Okay, so there's my contact information. Like I said, I am blessed to be able to direct this program for our state. We have 8 different communities. Valley City is only one of them. It gets maybe a little bit different focus for me just because I live here. But we have great coalitions of people doing the work in 8 different communities, including Williston, Dickinson, Oaks, Lisbon, Devils Lake, Carrington, and Bismarck. So you guys, bring this information back. If you would like to partner with us, we are always looking for people to join our coalition work. We do lots of amazing things. We educate people. This is just a small part of what we do. We also teach people about healthy relationships. We do that in prisons, schools, communities, anybody who'll listen. So if you would like to reach out, my contact info is up there, my cell phone's up there, and I would be happy to talk to you. So thank you all so much for coming. We just hope you have safe travels and have the best week, and may God bless.